The Saab Affair from the Inside by Jöran Hägglund. Prologue. My very first car, my own, was a rust-red Saab 99X7. The year was 1977, and I had just gotten my driver's license in the fall when I bought the car. It was a 1974 model and had covered 54,000 kilometers. In my eyes, it was practically new, even though it was sparsely equipped. Almost everything was missing from the car but was available as an option. For example, the air vents in the passenger compartment were clogged because the car lacked such a luxury as fresh air supply. The real Saab had critically acclaimed seats with built-in headrests. In my model, the old seats had the option to buy special headrests, which I did. I can still feel the pride when I went into the Saab dealer in Sollefteå and was about to finish the deal and pick up the car. Unfortunately, or in my perspective fortunately, the car dealership had serviced the car before I picked it up and for some reason forgot to put the oil filler cap back on, so on the first trip home with the car the engine cut out and I got a new one under warranty. The car ran exceptionally well, possibly because there were basically no components that could break. I remember changing a driveshaft once after the rubber boot that covers the driveshaft itself broke, a not entirely unknown procedure for anyone who has ever owned a Saab, but otherwise it just rolled on. At that time, I could never have dreamed that later in life I would be involved in making it possible for Saab Automobile AB to survive at all as a company and car manufacturer. When I was 18, both Saab and Volvo were unattainable companies that I only heard stories about from various friends from Western Sweden who had worked at one of the companies, or that I learned about through the media. A lot was constantly going on, and at this time, in the late 1970s, there were long-standing discussions about various mergers and strategic partnerships to strengthen the company's competitiveness. As everyone knows, these plans fell through. There was no merger of Volvo and Saab. Volvo was not allowed to do business with Norway or merge with Renault. After a few years, Volvo AB sold the passenger car division to Ford Motor Co. And Saab Scania was split up when the passenger car division of Saab was bought by General Motors Co. with American owners. The future would be secured, the companies would develop, and a new, brighter tomorrow would be marked. But the Swedish passenger car companies never really fit into the structure of their owners. Both purchases were intended to add premium quality to the major manufacturers and strengthen their presence in markets other than North America. Through economies of scale, new models could be developed at a lower cost than otherwise, and the expensive base plates for new models could be rolled out to more model variants. It never happened. As many times before, the executive management of the American-owned companies chose, for various reasons, to concentrate on their respective core businesses. Ford Motor Co. chose the One Ford strategy to allude to the fact that wherever you are in the world, you should be able to buy just one Ford, regardless of model. Except back home, where they also sell cars under the Mercury, for a while longer, and Lincoln brands. General Motors Co., which was formed 100 years ago by merging a number of different car brands under a common organization, had been forced for financial reasons to thoroughly clean up its brands and get rid of everything that was not the core of their business. Several brands were to be closed down or sold, and Saab Automobile, which never quite found its rightful place in the giant group, was no exception. The only question was how the company would be wound up. It was the exciting journey that I, and many others with me, got to experience. As State Secretary at the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, and responsible for industrial policy, it was natural that I was entrusted with the responsibility of coordinating the government's contacts with the automotive industry, as well as leading the practical work with initiatives that the government decided to implement in order not only to mitigate the effects of the crisis, but also to lay the foundation for strong development once the crisis was over. Many have asked me what it was like to be in the middle of the eye of the storm during the approximately 18 months that the process was ongoing, and the question was covered like a serial in the media. I have naturally understood that many are interested in hearing secrets about the various companies' business plans and future ideas, while others have shown great interest in hearing what it was like to follow such a process so closely. Still others want to know if there are any special anecdotes of interest to tell. It has not been an easy decision to decide to tell the story. Like so many others, I have needed to gain some distance from the entire course of events. To be able to see the whole story with a certain perspective, to be able to put different things into a larger context. After some hesitation, I have nevertheless decided to give my view of what happened. This is therefore my story about how Saab Automobile AB left General Motors Co. It is a story filled with love for cars, and for all the fantastic people who work in the automotive industry. It is also a story about how even very large companies can shake under the pressure of dramatic economic development and about the forces required to reverse such a development. It is a story about society and business, about knowledgeable and committed civil servants who stand by through thick and thin, about media management in the middle of the eye of the storm, and about contacts around the clock in an increasingly globalized world. It is also a story about politics. It describes a piece of political industrial history that may also be useful later. It is about a difference in perspective on whether the state, elected politicians, should always use taxpayers' money for their own more or less carefully calculated purposes. I must say that the display of total financial irresponsibility that the Swedish left-wing opposition in the Riksdag stood for throughout the time that the Saab issue was going on surprised me more than once. How could someone be so clueless at a stage that played such a big role for so many people? I understand that it was tempting in the short term for a number of political representatives to blacken the government's work. But at the same time, they should have realized that every time they tried to make the whole issue the sole responsibility of the Swedish government, they made it more difficult to reach a solution that was good for the employees in Trollhättan. I think that the behavior that the Social Democrats, in particular, showed should disqualify them from positions where they will be managing other people's money for a long time to come. I do not claim that I am telling the whole truth about what happened during a turbulent time. I also do not claim that the story has the ambition to reveal exactly everything that happened during the trip. Some facts and events are simply impossible to cover, for reasons of business confidentiality or out of concern for the people involved. My hope is that this story will help shed further light on the fantastic story of how Saab Automobile AB was given another chance to live on. Others, of course, have their stories about what happened, not least the main characters around whom the whole thing revolved. This obviously includes Saab Automobile AB's CEO Jan-Åke Johnson. This includes the buyer Victor Muller from Spiker Cars and also a number of important people within General Motors, such as Enrico Di Girolamo and Scott Mackey. Christian von Koenigsegg, OGK. Fabla and Melissa Schwartz can of course be added to the group, but my colleague Hans Lindblad at the Ministry of Finance and our close colleagues at the ministries also belong to it. Yes, the list could be made very long. No one should be forgotten, but as I said, this is my story. These are my words, my experiences, and my description of an exciting stage in Swedish industrial history, a stage that meant that Saab Automobile got a second chance. How did my first Saab 99 X7 turn out? When I went into military service a few years later, I decided I couldn't afford to keep the car and sold it. After that, I've owned a few more Saabs, even though that was a number of years ago, but it could certainly happen again. In the fall of 2008, everything changes. Sweden is unique. There are a total of 4 countries in Europe that can demonstrate what is called a complete automotive cluster. This means the entire chain from research and development to manufacturing, sales, and aftermarket in both passenger cars and heavy vehicles. Subcontractors as well as manufacturers. The other countries in Europe that have corresponding clusters are Germany, France, and Italy. In Sweden, the automotive industry employed approximately 105,000 people in 2010, when employees in the companies that are considered part of the industry are included. The 4 major manufacturers, AB Scania, Volvo AB, Volvo Personvagnar AB, and Saab Automobile AB, are of course best known to the general public with combined operations in a wide range of countries all over the world. They span the development and manufacturing of passenger cars as well as light and heavy trucks, construction machinery, buses, and marine engines. The Swedish manufacturers have increasingly moved the development and manufacturing of components from their own workshops to subcontractors. A number of the subcontractors are world leaders in their respective fields. This includes, for example, Autoliv with its safety solutions and Haldex, which is a leader in clutch and gear solutions for multi-wheel drive. In line with the changing market for the industry, more and more subcontractors have also turned to more vehicle manufacturers and developed products and solutions for other industries to reduce their own vulnerability. There is an impressive collection of expertise to be found within the industry and related areas. When it comes to research institutions, it is worth noting that universities and colleges all over Sweden are participating in the exciting development work. The expertise is found in a wide range of disciplines and areas, and there is close collaboration between business and research. The long-standing special government research programs in the automotive sector naturally play an important role, but more important still is the fundamental consensus on shared benefit that has developed in Sweden between society, research, and business. Crucially important solutions, not least in the area of vehicle safety, have also been developed in Sweden. Just think of the 3-point seat belt or the diagonal brake circuit system. If Sweden as a vehicle manufacturing nation is one of the leading in Europe, and in the world, the same may not be said of Sweden as a vehicle market. First, we are naturally a relatively small market with a limited population. For 2010, Bill Sweden forecasts a new car registration of 275,000 passenger cars in Sweden. In 2009, a total of 213,408 passenger cars were newly registered. Second, over the years, we have also, through the tax system, and depending on our natural conditions, developed a market with a large proportion of larger cars. A sparse country with long distances has meant that we buy larger cars with higher demands on safety, where the demands on fuel efficiency and low emissions have been of one Bill Sweden, press release, June 3, 2010. Of secondary importance, it should also be added that the Swedish vehicle fleet is one of the oldest in Europe. We keep our cars longer than in other countries. A contributing factor to this has been that our tax system has given a premium to a certain type of vehicle. I am thinking above all of the company car regulations and taxation of company cars. This has been and still is a strategic choice. If you want to drive technological development politically, it is above all by having public procurement regulations and taxation regulations for company cars that contribute to creating a sufficient volume of vehicles in the shortest possible time. In the autumn of 2008, the world was hit by the biggest financial crisis since the 1930s. Global concern about the financial system's ability to maintain their capacity spread overnight after the collapse of Lehman Brothers in the USA too, especially after the US government refused to take any measures whatsoever to guarantee the bank's survival. This set off a domino effect that caused one bank after another to fail, or at least risk doing so. If trust in payment systems falls, so does the basic infrastructure for payments in the globalized economy. In the worst case, it could lead to a total collapse of the financial systems with unpredictable consequences. For the automotive industry, what happened meant completely different things depending on whether it was the passenger car market or the sale of heavy vehicles. For the passenger car market, the financial crisis meant that the consumer market became extremely anxious, for natural reasons. Anyone who risks losing their job or generally believes that times will get worse postpones any purchase of a new car unless they absolutely have to invest in a purchase. As for the market for heavy vehicles, the financial crisis meant that the customers of the manufacturers in turn lost their customers and thus did not dare, or could not, fulfill their orders for new trucks. In any case, the loss of sales for the manufacturers, including the Swedish ones, accelerated, which contributed to a number of effects. In the autumn of 2008, Volvo Cars was forced to lay off a total of around 6,000 out of a total of around 16,700 employees around the world. The company launched a major action program to address the situation, including accelerating environmental improvements to its models. For Saab Automobile, the financial crisis was doubly difficult because they not only lost their own sales, but also saw their owner General Motors slip into financial difficulties. For Saab Volvo and Scania Saab, the autumn of 2008 meant radical deteriorations in the order situation in a way, and at a pace that they had never experienced before. Between August and October, they lost essentially all new orders. However, the two companies chose different strategies to face the crisis. Saab Volvo implemented cutbacks and layoffs in several different stages, while Scania Saab reached agreements with the unions on reduced working hours and invested, among other things, in an EU-funded training project for personnel who were not needed in production. This story is about Saab Automobile Saab, but I would still like to take the opportunity to say a few words about Scania. I have known Scania since my time as a municipal politician in Södertälje during the 1980s and early 1990s. In the mid-1980s, it was a group with an annual staff turnover of around 25%. Södertälje is an immigrant municipality that has had high unemployment for a long time. This made it easy for Scania to constantly add new employees to the production line when others were on long-term sick leave or simply quit. Working on the line was also not a glamorous profession that would attract many people to stay if there were alternatives. Looking back over time, it is relatively easy to see that with Leif Ersling's arrival as CEO, the company completely changed its approach. Nowadays, employees are the company's greatest asset. When I visited the company not so long ago, management showed examples of how to take care of its staff, even after retirement. Scania's Pensioners Club is one of the largest, with a multitude of different activities where members can meet and fill their days with content. If an employee falls ill, the responsible supervisor calls the person at home to find out how they are, when the person in question will return to work, and whether the work can be adjusted so that the employee can return more quickly. From his work at Scania in the Netherlands, Leif Ersling took with him ideas about important agreements with the unions, for example about time banks for staff in order to be able to cut peaks and valleys in production in a rational way. Employees work hours into the time bank during peaks and can withdraw these when necessary, or when production decreases, with a normal monthly salary regardless of the time worked. With that approach, it was also natural for the company management to deal with the crisis in 2008 and 2009 in an offensive way by building up a deficit in the time bank, negotiating with the trade unions about a shortened work week, training initiatives, and working on developing production methods in order to be able to meet the economic upturn stronger than when the crisis entered. I have said on various occasions when I meet researchers in the management or work environment feel that a major study should be done of the Scania model to better understand how effective it is for all parties involved and also for society. Back to the order, basically all markets around the world declined sharply for the vast majority of manufacturers in 2009, in many cases with between 20–40% reduced sales. For example, total sales in the United States fell from about 13 million cars per year to about 10.4 million in 2009, a decrease of 21% between 2008 and 2009. The only exception was China, where a rapidly growing middle class and economic pressure in the construction industry continued to keep the need for new vehicles high. Sales here increased by 46% to 13 million passenger cars. China has thus become the world's single largest market. In practice, the changes in the autumn of 2008 and 2009 meant that many thousands of people in Sweden were given notice of layoffs, mainly in the manufacturing industry. Quite logically, notices among the vehicle manufacturers were also followed by similar notices among many of the subcontractors. This meant that, in particular, those locations where the manufacturing industry constitutes a large part of the economy were hit quickly and hard by the financial crisis, while other locations hardly noticed anything at all. The government had long had continuous contact with the Swedish automotive industry. Some of the first contacts I personally had after taking office in the autumn of 2006 were with General Motors and Ford. At that time, it concerned future research initiatives, contacts that over time became increasingly intensive and frequent. For example, I met the top management of the American companies in connection with the Detroit Auto Show in January 2008. These were constructive and good discussions, although I was most astonished by the empty rhetoric that framed the entire show. The environment and fuel economy were the themes, which sounded commendable given the emerging global discussion about emissions and the importance of the automotive sector. Unfortunately, I also noted that the concrete results of this mostly consisted of the models intended for the North American market being made a little larger, but with unchanged fuel consumption. Perhaps a revolution in certain circles, but hardly the change that will be necessary and which recent car shows have shown a completely different side of. During August and September 2008, our contacts with the Swedish car manufacturers in particular were intensified. The aim was, of course, to update each other on the situation from both sides and to better understand the situation and the discussions it gave rise to both within the companies and at political level. This was not least true of discussions at EU level, which intensified as time went on. For both Volvo Cars and Saab Automobile, it was, as we understood it, about finding ways to secure financing for continued development and production of future models. Their mutual situations differed markedly, but the interest of the managements of both companies in finding constructive solutions to their problems was unmistakable. The conversations during this time were mostly of an informative nature. When I visited the Paris Motor Show on 2 and 3 October 2008, I again had the opportunity to meet representatives of the owner companies, and I particularly noted the changed argumentation and the insight into an increasingly difficult economic situation. The talks now mainly concern the negatively revised sales forecasts and the significance these could also have for the Swedish subsidiaries. The need for collective stimulus measures at European level was particularly emphasized, and they informed that they would be courting both the Commission and Parliament. For the first time, the possibility that the Swedish subsidiaries could be reviewed from a strategic point of view was mentioned, that it could be a conceivable scenario. During October and November, our close contacts with the management of the Swedish manufacturers continued in an increasingly forced form. Economic statistics and the negative development were reviewed, and we were also able to take part in detailed business plans for the coming years and the investments that followed from these business plans. We were also able to note a significant difference between the two passenger car manufacturers. When it came to Volvo Cars, our feeling was clear. Here, it was about a management that had close contact with the owners and acted based on the owners' intentions to develop the business, largely according to the business plans that we were given access to. When it came to Saab Automobile, our impression was different. Here we could see a Swedish management that had extensive plans for its operations, but that were held fairly short by the owners. My opinion was that this was partly due to the attitude towards Saab that had existed in General Motors for several years, a slightly different brand that had usually reported losses in its financial statements. But it was also obvious that the owner's acute financial situation now meant a drastically changed attitude compared to before. Quite obvious, if there is no money to cover continued deficits, other solutions are needed to deal with the financial problems. This was also reflected in the Swedish management's view of their future operations. They were now looking for other, additional, external financing in order to convince the owners to release future models. Several different variants of this were discussed with us, including government involvement, and I was surprised by the political naivety. The company management seemed to seriously believe that all that was needed was to go to the government and request in the order of 5-8 billion krona from the taxpayers to solve the financial problems that the company itself had not managed to solve. However, we were clearly critical of the proposed business plan, especially in relation to the development we saw in the market due to the financial crisis. When all manufacturers reduced their sales by between 20–40%, we considered this important to take into account, even if Saab were to launch new models. That was not an argument for us. Launching new models was something that their competitors also did, and despite that, sales fell. Radio debate from an ice rink. The developments in the automotive industry were of course very interesting to many people other than those of us who were directly involved. The Swedish media in particular showed a surprisingly high interest in what was happening. We perceived it as if the interest was primarily directed at the political game. Would the government do something? Could the opposition pressure us into making concessions? These types of questions dominated what should have been the obvious, namely what plans the owners of the Swedish companies had for dealing with a difficult situation. So Sveriges Radio Studio 1 arranged a special Sunday afternoon on 23 November 2008 where the crisis in the automotive industry would be discussed for several hours. Participants included representatives of the companies concerned, researchers, motoring journalists, political representatives from both the government and the opposition. It was decided that I would represent the government in my capacity as the person leading our special automotive group. My dilemma was only that this weekend in November I had gone to Bjesta outside Örnsköldsvik, where my son was participating in an ice hockey tournament. After various investigations, it was found that it was possible after all that I could participate in the radio broadcast, but by telephone from the ice rink. So, placed in the janitor's expedition in the Bjesta ice rink, I conducted a live radio debate about the crisis in the automotive industry for about an hour at the same time as my son's team played the final of the tournament. I will readily admit that it was not easy for me to stay focused on the radio program at that time. The Competitiveness Council, the need for coordinated European efforts to mitigate the effects of the economic crisis was discussed at the EU Competitiveness Council, KKR, in the autumn of 2008. Both the automotive industry and other industries were discussed, and the discussion focused primarily on whether there was reason to change the current state aid rules in any way. Sweden has traditionally always had a cautious attitude to state aid and argued now that it was important to have a broad consensus within the EU that various state interventions, no matter how welcome they might be, would only lead to European business losing competitiveness compared to other countries. A well-functioning market economy requires that companies grow when things are going well, if the market is working, and they produce goods and services that customers are prepared to pay for. Conversely, if the market is not interested, it refrains from buying from certain companies or industries. In such situations, maintaining production through artificial state interventions may feel good at the time they are introduced, but in principle it always results in the companies that have been considered for the interventions losing competitiveness in the long term and becoming less inclined to innovate, adapt, and meet customers through customer needs. This attitude is not shared fully by all member states. There are those that work very actively with state support, and in some cases it has also been considered justified in the short term. I am thinking, for example, of particularly vulnerable regions that have lagged behind in development, and where the interventions have aimed to boost the local economy through investments and efforts in better infrastructure, more modern production facilities, and the like. This has been the case in the most vulnerable parts of eastern Germany, and it has been the case in Ireland and in certain parts of Portugal and Spain, to name a few examples. Therefore, our tactic in the discussions in the Council of Ministers was to highlight the need for coordination of efforts to avoid a state aid race and thereby give the automotive companies in the different countries completely different conditions to cope with the crisis. Our ambition was to reach an agreement where any efforts would be time-limited, short-term, and with a clear message that they would be phased out at predetermined times. Furthermore, we wanted to reach an agreement that meant that any support would apply to investments in modernization, not least to achieve the targets set by the EU for co-emissions from vehicles. Ideally, we believed the existing European institutions should be used for such efforts. Towards the end of the autumn, the rough outlines of what the EU countries could agree on began to emerge. First Advent on Sunday, November 30, 2008, the first day of Advent, we therefore gathered the 4 Swedish vehicle manufacturers to discuss the need for possible interventions and the suitability of various proposals. We set up a tight schedule during the day where we met with the manufacturers individually, one by one, listened to them, and gave them some ideas to think about over the next few days. We met with the top management of the companies, and I perceived the day as constructive where everyone participated actively and were open and generous with information and opinions. Among other things, these discussions contributed to our being able to present a program of measures to deal with the crisis in the automotive industry somewhat later, as the first country in the EU. The government sets the standard at the end of 2008. The situation for the Swedish automotive industry was acutely difficult. Not least, we realized that the danger that one of the owners of the Swedish passenger car manufacturers could go bankrupt was imminent. This was in itself an incredible development that at least I could not have imagined when I took up my job as state secretary. Over time, however, my view of these companies changed, which I will return to later in my story. We also realized that if such a scenario were to materialize, it could have incalculable consequences for the entire Swedish vehicle cluster. Not only would individual manufacturers be affected, but also many of the subcontractors in Sweden. There are a total of about 1,000 companies that in one way or another supply components, system solutions, and the entire manufacturing chain to vehicle manufacturers. At the same time, I and Minister of Economic Affairs Maud Olofsson had in mind the descriptions of how governments at the time handled, or were forced to handle, the crises in the automotive and shipbuilding industries during the 1970s and 1980s. We have had occasion to speak on several occasions with both the then Minister of Industry Nils G. Asseling and the then Prime Minister Thorbjörn Fälldin. Many say that this comparison is irrelevant, that times are different today. At the same time, I believe it is important to occasionally remind ourselves of how different stages were handled, why they arose, and to learn lessons from them for the future. At that time, it was a bourgeois government, the first in just over 40 years of social democratic rule, which inherited a policy that had been formulated by the Social Democrats and which continued even after the change of government in 1976 with the support of individual People's Party members in the Riksdag. The new government therefore had no other choice but to pursue a policy that it did not really believe in. This policy was based on the idea that the economic crisis at the time was relatively temporary and that the market would demand Swedish-made products as soon as it recovered. The so-called bridging policy aimed to ensure that Swedish shipyards would continue to produce ships largely as before in order to store them until customers returned. To achieve this, the Swedish state, or more correctly, the taxpayers, stepped in with major support that made this production possible. The only problem was that once the market recovered, it was not the Swedish-made storage ships that were in greatest demand. So instead of implementing the necessary structural rationalizations and developing the various activities, Sweden lost the battle for both the technology and shipbuilding industries after a few years when other countries could offer such production at significantly lower costs. We certainly did not want to end up in such a situation again, even though that was exactly what today's social democrats constantly return to in the debate, albeit with partly modified rhetoric. The proposals for state interventions and money rolling became a recurring theme during the autumn-winter of 2008 right up until the end of 2009. More on this later. So how did we reason about the content of the action program? The most important thing was, as I described above, to ensure that if a situation were to arise where one of the American owner companies were to go bankrupt, we would have a tool that could alleviate the emergency situation while a long-term solution was being worked out. At the same time, we were always careful not to throw government money into black holes with the risk that taxpayers would run a great risk of losing this money, an attitude that has guided us throughout the work. It was also important that the measures we proposed were consistent with our fundamental view of, on the one hand, restraint in state aid, and on the other, using tools that are available at EU level and that are within the framework of established common regulations within the EU. We did not want to contribute to opening all the floodgates for self-designed national aid that would contribute to member states starting to compete with state aid to save their own industry. We therefore realized that the earlier Sweden was out in establishing guidelines for the work, the greater the opportunities would be to set the standard together with the EU Commission for what type of interventions would be permitted within the EU. This would obviously benefit us in Swedish industry, since the large member states can always come in with much larger state subsidies than the small ones, if that is what they want. It was therefore in all of our interests to be able to act quickly and decisively as soon as we had all the conditions ready for us. These conditions naturally included the situation of industrial companies, our possibilities to act, but also future guidelines within the EU to manage the effects of the crisis. Several measures in the program, the Swedish Action Program for the automotive industry, was therefore constructed around 3 different initiatives, as described in the separate bill. Otherwise, there were 7 initiatives to be exact, if you also count the capital reinforcement of ALMI for expanded lending operations, and the reinforcement of the Swedish export credit, and the Export Credit Board's opportunities to offer export support that were determined in the Financial Action Program that was decided on in a separate order. Plus, of course, the multi-year vehicle research program that the government has chosen to both extend and greatly increase the state co-financing to 450 million krona annually. And the purchasing incentives that the government has introduced, partly the green car premium, and this later exchanged for a 5-year tax exemption when purchasing green cars. Seen in relation to Sweden's size, there is no other country where the state invests as long-term and powerfully in the automotive industry as we do here. The first initiative in the new action program concerned the possibility for the debt office to issue so-called rescue loans in accordance with EU legislation in the area. It is a loan tool that can be given to companies to, in simple terms, establish an action plan for the reconstruction of the business aimed at either continuing operations or winding up the business. Such loans can be given after the usual credit review by the Swedish National Debt Office and must be repaid no later than 6 months after the loan has been disbursed. In order to be prepared to provide such loans in the event that the unexpected were to happen as I have described, a framework of a total of SEK 5 billion was allocated for this purpose. The rescue loan should also be seen in the light of the fact that not all countries within the EU have the type of restructuring legislation that exists in Sweden. Here, such a procedure is regulated by legislation through special decisions in the district court and under the supervision of a specially appointed reorganizer. In other words, the purpose of the rescue loan is to be able to carry out an orderly examination of a company's future prospects and then make a decision on continued development or winding up of the business. In the general debate, the bailout loans in particular have been widely discussed and incorrectly described as a way for companies in crisis to be able to arrange their need for operating credit until the crisis is over. Many have therefore complained that the short repayment period made it impossible to take advantage of the loan. The purpose of the loan is therefore completely different, and it was never intended that it could be used for regular credit when we introduced the possibility of issuing bailout loans. Under EU law, these loans can also be followed by so-called bailout aid, which means that the public sector can provide support of up to 50% of the cost of implementing the measures decided during the bailout loan phase. Since we did not want to end up in a situation where, for example, the American owners of the Swedish passenger car manufacturers could demand a large state financial contribution to measures for which they themselves are responsible, we decided early on to exclude that part of our program. Again, the solution can never lie in companies in crisis coming to the taxpayers and asking for their money when things are going badly while distributing profits to shareholders when things are going well. The second major initiative in our action program was the opportunity for the debt office to issue government loan guarantees for loans from the European Investment Bank against adequate collateral on behalf of the government. A total framework of SEK 20 billion was allocated for this. Through Sweden's actions within the EU for, among other things, the European Investment Bank, EIB, had been strengthened in terms of capital and had been given the task of directing a special financial program towards the European automotive industry. The purpose of the program was to provide loans to companies for investments in new green technology to facilitate progress towards achieving the emissions targets set by the EU. The program runs for 4 years and covers a total of 16 billion euros, i.e. approximately 160 billion krona. Eventually, when the program was to be launched, the EIB developed a principle stating that each individual automotive group could borrow up to 400 million euros per group. In the cases of both Saab and Volvo, this meant that they had a built-in limitation on the size of the loan, depending on how much General Motors and Ford wanted to borrow to finance other brands within the group's European operations. The EIB as a lender carries out both technical and financial due diligence on each company before granting a loan. This means that the EIB carefully reviews the company's intentions with the loan. The projects involved must be reported in detail technically and financially, and the EIB assesses the relevance of the individual projects before determining how large the loan can be for each company. Through the temporary state aid regulations established by the EU Commission in December 2008, individual countries can provide guarantees for loans with part of the interest cost subsidized compared to what the market would otherwise have demanded in interest. An economic recovery plan for Europe, COM 2008-800, the so-called Barroso Plan. Since these criteria were set in the midst of the great financial crisis, all actors realized that it was in principle impossible to determine what a normal market interest rate for the automotive industry would be. This was done at a time when virtually all credit to the automotive industry had been cut off due to general uncertainty about the future of the industry, not least due to the overestablishment that is considered to exist within the industry. The practice was therefore set at a comparison rate that was based on the current interest rate for a given industry as of July 1, 2008, that is, before the financial crisis broke out. The same reasoning was used when it came to which companies could be considered for support. It was a given that most had financial problems during the crisis, but the regulations do not allow government support to be given to companies that have major financial problems. Here too, the solution was to base the situation in the individual companies on 1 July 2008. If the company in question did not have financial problems at that time, it was eligible for support measures according to the new regulations. The conclusion of this was that the Swedish Debt Office could therefore issue government loan guarantees to companies in the automotive industry that either wanted such guarantees or were deemed by the EIB to need government guarantees in order to be able to obtain a loan from the EIB at all. After examining the general terms and conditions for the loan from the EIB, the company in question then pays a special premium, interest, to the debt office as compensation for the government guarantee. It is this premium interest rate that, according to the temporary state aid regulations, can be reduced during the period 2009 to the end of 2010. After that, the unsubsidized interest rate applies for the rest of the loan term. However, the difference is so favorable that it affects the entire interest cost for the entire term of the loan in a very positive way for the company, especially in comparison with if the company in question had not been able to access external loans at all. The third component of our program was the establishment of a wholly state-owned venture capital company aimed at the automotive industry, named Fouriertransform AB. An important conclusion from our discussions with the industry during the autumn was the need for venture capital to be able to take technology solutions to a new level, not least in view of the increasingly clear environmental requirements that the automotive industry will face in the coming years. Fouriertransform's purpose is to collaborate on a commercial basis with companies in the automotive industry to develop new technology and new solutions. In total, the government and the Riksdag are investing SEK 3 billion in capital in the company to be used for this purpose. Collaboration can take place through, for example, jointly owned subsidiaries, and the return can consist of future royalty payments when a product or solution has become commercially viable. The model of a state-financed venture capital company and its purpose have also been later copied directly by France, which has established a similar solution for its automotive industry. Again, the Swedish government's view is that the solutions announced, even in economically difficult times, should aim to strengthen the competitiveness of companies and contribute to solving important societal challenges. Through the action program and the other initiatives aimed at the automotive industry, the government had acted proactively and set the standard for what was possible for EU member states to do when it came to government initiatives for an industry in crisis. It was therefore important to be able to designate the loan route via the EIB as an accepted instrument at EU level, as well as the temporary regulatory framework established by the Commission, as this would equalize the situation for financing automotive companies throughout the EU. We thus succeeded in our intention of preventing a veritable state aid race between countries to the advantage of Swedish companies. 5 Bill 2008/995 the state as principal for companies with activities related to research and development and other activities within the automotive cluster, etc. The Big Three are in trouble. The Big Three, that is, the vehicle manufacturers General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, have for a very long time formed the backbone of the American manufacturing industry. Based in Detroit and the surrounding area, Ford is located in Dearborn. They, together with all the subcontractors established both in Michigan and elsewhere, have played a significant role in the economic development of the United States. The emerging motoring played a major role in the American population and its mobility and the fulfillment of what is usually called the American dream, just as it has done for people in all countries since. At their peak in the 1970s, the three big auto companies together employed more than 1 million people in the United States. Since 1979, they have reduced their workforce by about 600,000 employees, the vast majority of which have been in Michigan. Although there have been drastic changes at the three American manufacturers, there are about the same number of people employed in the U.S. auto industry today as there were in the early 1990s. This is due entirely to the growing competition from foreign auto manufacturers that have moved or started production in the United States. However, this has happened in states other than Michigan, especially in the southern United States. The reason is quite simple. American auto workers are affiliated with the large Automotive Workers Union, the United Automobile, Aerospace and Agricultural Implement Workers of America, UAW, which has long had great influence on its employers when it comes to working conditions, wages, and other benefits. For example, for many years, the individual automotive companies have been fully responsible for paying employees' health benefits and pensions for former employees, in addition to the wages of current employees. For General Motors, this meant that the company had to bear the costs of 3 additional former employees for each employee currently employed. Over time, wage levels for employees in the automotive industry in Michigan have also been increased in a way that has not been sustainable in the long term. Compared with foreign vehicle manufacturers with establishments in other states without union agreements, this has obviously affected the domestic competitive situation of the three major companies. Ford Motor Company was founded on June 16, 1903, with Henry Ford as president and chief engineer, and is headquartered in Dearborn, outside Detroit. Henry Ford was one of the first to build cars using the assembly line principle, which enabled the company to offer well-built cars at reasonable prices to a wide audience. In addition to the Ford brand, they also manufacture and sell cars under the Lincoln brand, which is their luxury version. Until this year, 2010, the Mercury brand was also available as a price-sensitive brand. Between the two others, Mercury will, however, be closed down as part of the overall One Ford strategy. Within the framework of that strategy, the Jaguar, Aston Martin, Daimler, and Land Rover brands have also been sold. Volvo Cars was acquired in 1999, and as everyone knows, the sale of Volvo PV to the Chinese Zhejiang Geely Holding Group is underway at the time of writing. In 1991, Ford had a total of 333,000 employees worldwide, of which about half are in the USA. Today, they have decreased to a total of 176,000, and more are at risk of being laid off. Ford has about 80 factories and plants worldwide that produce about 5 million vehicles per year. 5.5 million in 2008 and 4.8 million in 2009 respectively. They have a turnover of about 118 billion USD. Ford is the world's fourth largest car manufacturer, after Toyota, General Motors, and Volkswagen AG. Chrysler is a car brand manufactured by the Chrysler Corporation in Auburn Hills, Michigan since 1924. Originally called Maxwell Chalmers, the company was soon renamed when legendary carmaker Walter P. Chrysler was called to the company. Over the years, they have manufactured cars under names such as Imperial and Dodge. The company also ran into financial difficulties in the 1980s, but was saved that time by the equally legendary Lee Iacocca, who was a success when he took over. In 1998, the company was bought by Daimler-Benz and renamed Daimler Chrysler. On April 30, 2009, the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in the United States, i.e. a controlled bankruptcy. In connection with the cleanup of assets, the new Chrysler was formed, with the Italian Fiat as one of the owners with 20%. However, the largest owner is the UAW Union, with 67.69%. The American government owns 9.85% and the Canadian government 2.46%. What remained in Chapter 11 were the bad assets of the old Chrysler. Today, Chrysler has about 58,000 employees. Chrysler sells vehicles under the Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep brands. From 2011, the Chrysler brand will in principle cease to be sold in Europe. Sales there will instead be coordinated under the Lancia brand as part of the new owner Fiat's strategy for Europe. General Motors was founded in 1908 by William C. Durant and then consisted of Buick. GM soon also took over the Oldsmobile brand, and later new car brands such as Oakland, later Pontiac, and Cadillac were added through acquisitions. During the 1920s, GM entered the European market through the acquisition of Opel in 1928. During the 1950s, GM had its glory years with dominance in the American market and sales success in Europe with Opel and Vauxhall together with its American brands. The European manufacturers were few in number in the American market, and their sales were nowhere near the American brands. Cadillac became the symbol of GM's success worldwide. In 1990, Saab Automobile AB was acquired, which 10 years later became a wholly owned subsidiary of GM. Over the years, GM has developed strategic partnerships with other automotive companies. For example, they collaborated with Fiat for a time, and to strengthen their presence in Asia, they collaborated with Suzuki, Isuzu, and Shanghai Automotive, and later bought the Korean Daewoo. Today, GM has approximately 204,000 employees in 34 countries worldwide. Sales are taking place today under the brands Buick, Cadillac, Chevrolet, GMC, GM Daewoo, Holden, Opel, Vauxhall, and Wuling. It was the world's largest manufacturer for a long time, but has been overtaken by Toyota in recent years. On June 1, 2009, GM filed for Chapter 11 in the USA, a process that was completed on July 10 of the same year. Just like with Chrysler, the assets were divided into the new GM with the profitable parts and the old GM that retained the less profitable assets. After the economic upheavals of the past year, the U.S. government Department of the Treasury is now the majority owner with 61% of the shares. Other owners are the United Auto Workers, UAW, with 17.5%, see the section on funds below, bondholders with 9.8%, the Canadian government with 7.9%, and the state of Ontario in Canada with 3.8%. That's how it can go in the stronghold of capitalism. Traveling to Washington as previously described, all three of these American vehicle manufacturers had struggled for a number of years with declining sales, mainly due to antiquated models and outdated technology, with foreign competitors increasingly taking share of the North American market in particular. Added to this was the structural imbalance with the union commitments that I have described. Ford had struggled with financial problems since 2006, and through various measures had largely managed to solve its financing needs before the financial crisis hit. This would prove to be a stroke of luck that allowed the company to partly operate somewhat in the shadow of the other two. Both the others, GM and Chrysler, had enormous financial problems when the crisis hit. While Ford had spent time resolving its financing, GM was deeply involved in a long drawn-out negotiation with the union about how health and pension insurance would be managed in the future. A negotiation that eventually ended with the UAW union taking over responsibility for the insurance with a substantial contribution in the form of an enormous capital fund that was set up for the purpose. Overall, the development meant that the three giants had to humble themselves and turn to the American government for help. This is how it came about that the CEOs of these three national icons traveled to Congress in Washington on a number of occasions in the late fall of 2008. The first time on November 18, 2008, they made the mistake of arriving there in their respective companies' private jets. Arriving in Congress with a request for taxpayer support totaling USD 24 billion was not a success story. The shocked congressmen clearly explained to these gentlemen that they should probably go back home and do their homework first before coming back to ask for support. The second trip on December 4, 2008 was carried out in a dramatically different way. In a motorcade from Michigan to Washington, the three company leaders each drove their future hybrid, or at least environmentally friendly vehicles. Now they were to present a common facade with promises of better times, new models, and environmentally friendly solutions before their eyes. This time, the three companies requested a total of USD 34 billion from the government to avoid bankruptcy and thus the layoff of workers all over the United States. Once again, their mutual needs were somewhat different. While GM and Chrysler requested government loans in order to survive at all, Ford wanted to take advantage of the government's promised investment in generous loans for the development of new environmentally friendly technology. After intensive discussions in the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate, Congress ultimately failed to agree on how to support the automotive industry. it was primarily a question of where the government money would come from. The U.S. government had allocated a record-high USD 700 billion to bail out packages for banks in the wake of the Lehman Brothers collapse. After political maneuvering, it became clear at the end of the year that a framework of USD 35 billion of this could be made available for support measures for the automotive industry, following the intervention of the outgoing president, with the first payment on New Year's Eve 2008. Obama appoints Karksar. When the George W. Bush administration was replaced by the new President Barack Obama, it did not take long for the U.S. government to act towards the automotive industry. A special auto task force was appointed within the Treasury Department under the leadership of Ron Bloom, who has generally come to be known as the U.S. Karksar. It was therefore important for us to have close contact with Mr. Bloom, and when the Minister of Trade and Industry visited Washington in March 2009, direct contact was established with him. The U.S. government's money was paid out in various installments. The idea behind this was, of course, to ensure that the companies implemented their reconstruction plans reported to the state. However, on April 30, 2009, this was no longer enough for Chrysler, which was forced into a controlled bankruptcy under the legislation's Chapter 11. The same also affected General Motors on June 1, 2009. The final bill for the U.S. taxpayers was that they now, through the Treasury Department, own 61% of GM and 9.85% of Chrysler. What happened in the U.S. was of course also of great interest to the Swedish government. We followed this very closely, not least considering that American politicians set conditions for any support that could in one way or another be negative for, or even harmful to, the Swedish passenger car companies. For example, it was an irrefutable demand from the American side that not a single support dollar could leave the country and be taken across the Atlantic. This was at the same time that we were well aware that both Volvo and Saab needed capital injections from their owners in order to survive. The American government was also very adamant that the companies that ultimately received the support money, General Motors and Chrysler, had to both describe and implement tough rationalization plans in order to receive the money. And it was not a matter of giving a few hundred employees notice of layoffs. Factories were to be closed, brands divested, consultants and aircraft phased out. Compared to the demands that the American administration placed on the companies, the Swedish debate appeared rather alien. We were dealing with an opposition that demanded that we should pour out taxpayers' money, remember Mona Sahlins, give them a chance. While in the U.S., there was a competition over which of the parties was the toughest in its demands on the automotive companies. Note, for example, that it was the Democrats who were most critical of the Republican president's ambitions to reach a solution that would save the large automotive companies. I am writing this because it is important for everyone to understand that we spent a lot of time better understanding those we had to talk to and negotiate with. Both Ford and General Motors are gigantic international companies that conduct business that in most countries affects so many people and affects the everyday lives of so many. Therefore, it was extremely important to understand their strengths and weaknesses, what was ultimately really important to them, how they reasoned, and what possible options were available in the various negotiations. At the same time, I must say that it was of great personal interest, and with great curiosity, that during this time I had the opportunity to observe some of the world's largest companies from quite a bit of the inside. To be close to the top management and see how they changed as the economy got worse and the stress increased. My conclusion from this is quite simple: people are just people. Regardless of where they are, what positions they hold, and how much they earn, we men are just as vain wherever we meet. It is just a matter of understanding in which way we are most vulnerable and taking that into account. I remember the former Center Party leader and Foreign Minister Karin Söder when she once visited Maud Olofsson in the Riksdag. They got to talking about when Karin became Foreign Minister, and a week later got to go to the UN General Assembly to represent Sweden and give a speech. Maud asked her how it felt to start her ministerial assignment in such a way. Karin Söder replied in confident Vamland that, "Maud, when I stood in the rostrum and looked out over the world's assembled heads of state, I thought of a word of wisdom I received from my mother. Never forget that they are just people, the people you are talking to. We are going to Detroit. Around the turn of the year 2008-2009, our contacts and discussions with both Volvo/Ford and Saab/GM had intensified. Not least since the Swedish Parliament on 18 December 2008 made a decision on the support measures for the automotive industry. Our general impression of the discussions at this time was that Volvo and Ford were well prepared. They let us into their inner circle. we were able to take part in important background information, independently assess and double-check calculations and conclusions. In addition to Anders Kjærberg from Volvo's Department for Public Relations, we had close relations with Stephen Odell, who was a relatively new CEO, Stuart Rowley, CFO, Stephen Armstrong, production manager, and from Ford's side, Scott Stewart and Louis Booth, former chairman of Volvo PV and then CFO at Ford's headquarters in the USA. Their application for a loan from the European Investment Bank was reviewed and revised on several occasions. This was also done with the business plan, all the time with the knowledge and interest of the top management. The parallel handling at the EIB and the EU Commission continued. In fact, Volvo Cars' loan application and request for state loan guarantees became the first real case for all parties involved, where the EU Commission had to find an application of the just-adopted temporary state aid regulations. Volvo PV was, with others, the pilot case was also important for the Swedish government, as we were once again involved in setting the standard for how similar cases would be handled within the EU. The government had therefore already on 29 January 2009 given the debt office the task of negotiating with the EIB, Volvo and Ford about the agreements that would be required for the state to be able to issue guarantees for the loans that Volvo had applied for from the EIB. On 12 March of the same year, the EIB gave the go-ahead to Volvo's loan application. On 5 June 2009, the EU Commission approved the Swedish loan guarantees. In other words, it was a rather lengthy process, precisely because Volvo was the case that set a precedent for the Commission's handling of such state guarantee applications. Later, the Swedish government and Ford agreed to put the negotiations between both of our parties on the conditions for the state to be able to provide guarantees on hold until the ownership structure for Volvo PV had been clarified. The Volvo case therefore took about 6 months to process through all the different bodies before everything was largely clear. And then, in the initial situation, there were well-developed business plans and, not least importantly, the owner's overall position behind the company. That is a completely different story and is therefore not discussed further in this story. When Saab wanted to start negotiating government loan guarantees around the turn of the year, the initial situation was significantly worse. They had a business plan that quickly became outdated. They did not fully have the owner's ear, and they soon found themselves lacking the owner's long-term support for the company. In addition, they were completely integrated into GM's operations. In other words, it was not a materially independent company. Nevertheless, they wanted to speed up a loan application from the EIB so that they could show secured financing within a maximum of 2 months. On Saab's side, all negotiations were handled by Jan Eik Johnson, CEO, and Lars Hedreborg, CFO. From GM, Carl-Peter Forster, chairman of Saab, and Enrico Di Girolamo, CFO of GM Europe, participated. We also had close contact with Fredrik A. Fritz Henderson, at the time CFO at GM's headquarters in Detroit. Fritz Henderson had joined GM in 1984 and worked for the company virtually all over the world. His field of work spanned from Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay, to Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa, on to GM Asia, and then as chairman of GM Europe based in Zurich. From 2006, he was CFO at GM in Detroit and therefore ultimately responsible for GM's contacts with the Swedish government. Fritz once told me that he had a very special relationship with Saab because his wife, Karen, drove this brand and appreciated it very much. In the autumn of 2008, the Swedish government had appointed a special vehicle group that was led by myself. Also participating were State Secretary Hans Lindblad from the Ministry of Finance and the officials. From the Ministry of Enterprise, Industry and Energy, Bengt Wennerstein, Hans G. Pettersson and Johnny Kjellström, and from the Ministry of Finance, Per Erstensen and Jesper Ahlgren. The group also had great support in its work from the Swedish National Debt Office, under the responsibility of unit head Erik S. Julanders, the law firm Vinge, the accounting firm KPMG, and the business consultants McKinsey. Overall, a large number of people were involved in the various stages, from both the Swedish government and from Saab and GM. In the days after the turn of the year, our contacts continued both through physical meetings and via telephone conferences. The annual major auto show in Detroit was to start on January 11, and we planned together with both Saab and Volvo for meetings with their owners on site during the show. GM is a fairly traditional American business group in terms of its structure and working methods. The internal hierarchy is clear, and they are careful to ensure that each level or area of responsibility only makes the decisions that they are authorized to make. We soon learned that there is almost always another higher level in charge. It was therefore important to understand as quickly as possible which issues were decided at which level in order to be able to talk to the right people. Carl for his hat, Carl Peter Forster, CEO of GM Europe and chairman of Saab's board of directors at the time, was keen to appear as the person who could open the door to GM's group management. At the same time, it was impossible to ignore the fact that he obviously acted based on his own agenda, which unfortunately was often the same as what was good for Opel. During January and February, we had quite often, as I have described, telephone conferences with various people involved. We also held video conferences on several occasions where Carl Peter Forster, together with an employee, sat in Zurich and we in Stockholm. Several of these meetings became almost laughable when Carl Peter Forster very figuratively took off and put on invisible hats, depending on whether he was speaking for what was best for Opel, GM, or for Saab. When I put on the GM hat, I see that Saab has major problems that we will not be able to handle alone. At the same time, when I put on the Saab hat, literally changing pretend hats on my head, I see a company with enormous opportunities if only they could get the right support in Sweden. How this would work and who would support Saab, he rarely wanted to answer. We tried several times to get him to specify what he saw ahead, but it was almost always impossible to get anything out of him other than this particular thing about the hats. However, he was keen that our contacts with Detroit would go through him, which we always circumvented by speaking directly with the head office and booking meetings and telephone contacts that way. The Detroit Auto Show, so it happened that we went to the annual Detroit Auto Show to hold a number of meetings with both Ford and GM. As usual, we were met at the Detroit airport by Sweden's Consul General Lennart Johansson. He is a tall, stocky man with a white beard. If Santa Claus came from Detroit, you would think it was Lennart. He was always the one who handled all the practical planning for my trips to Detroit, such as hotel reservations, transportation, and various visits. Through his personal contacts with Bo Anderson, he was also always up to date on the discussions within GM. I must say that Lennart has meant a lot to me during my visits to Michigan. His network of contacts is extensive, not least within the state's leadership, headed by Governor Jennifer Granholm. But also together with the head of Michigan Development Co., Doug Parks, I have greatly enjoyed Lennart Johansson and the efforts that the state is making to broaden the business community in a state that is so incredibly dependent on the automotive industry. The 2009 Detroit Motor Show was something completely different from the year before. I described how the 2008 show tried to promote environmental efficiency on the theme, which was evident in even larger models, but with the same consumption as before. Now we came to a car show for an entire industry in economic crisis. Several of the exhibitors had dropped out of the show just before. There was even talk that this year's show would be the last, which would have been dramatic if it had been held after more than 20 years of showing. The last few years have brought with them elements of Swedish pride. In 2008, Saab was the one to show off its upcoming large SUV, the Saab 94X, and the following year it was time for Volvo's concept S60. A fantastically beautiful car, where the continuous center panel from the windshield to the back seat made of crystal from Auraforce in particular attracted attention. There is a funny anecdote from Volvo's stand to tell. I hope that Sweden's ambassador to the US, Jonas Hafström, will forgive me for choosing to tell it anyway. Jonas, who has a large country to cover, had flown into Detroit from Washington on the morning of the day we were to have several of our meetings. From our point of view, it was good that he could attend these meetings, if only to hear how the discussions were going. I pushed him to make sure he absolutely could not miss Volvo's stand and the new S60, which was a great success. The car was standing on a raised podium in the open stand so that it would be visible from afar among all the competitors. When we get to the stand, there are unusually few people there and Jonas Hafström steps up to the podium and begins to closely examine the car, wearing a trench coat and with a briefcase in his hand. At the same time, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone beside me below the podium begin to gesture eagerly, but without making any sound. At the same moment, I realize that one of the countless TV channels on site is doing a live broadcast from the stand, with its reporter positioned in front of the car. Behind the reporter's back, Sweden's ambassador to the US is examining the new car with critical eyes, turning and twisting most things, without even noticing the live broadcast. The gestures from the TV channel's employees next to me are becoming increasingly enthusiastic, but to no avail. Jonas notices none of this and after completing his inspection, steps down from the podium and we finally get the chance to inform him that he has just been on live TV somewhere in the world. Overall, we had good meetings during the show in Detroit. As for GM and Saab, we held a number of different meetings during our days there. first with Jan Ake Johnson and Carl Peter Forster to update the situation and prepare for the meeting with top management. Then with, in addition to those already mentioned, Fritz Henderson and another representative from GM. I noted from all these meetings, also together with Ford and Volvo, that the Swedish government representatives were received in a completely different way than during corresponding visits during previous years' trade fairs. The reason for this is stated very simply: money. With us in our luggage, we had the Riksdag's decision on the possibility of large government loan guarantees. That was also my comment to the Swedish media that were there. Meeting with Fritz Henderson, together with Fritz Henderson, we were able to go through Saab's situation, but also the situation for GM. The sharp decline in sales worldwide was discussed, as well as various possible scenarios. Fritz was naturally interested in hearing all the details about the conditions for the Swedish government loan guarantees, but also our view of Saab's development. In return, he described how GM viewed the situation at the moment, including an account of the US government's support. He was very serious when he told us about the work within GM on the long-term survival plan that they were to present to the US government in mid-February. What it would mean for Saab was, of course, one of our main questions. We knew from their previous statements that they would carry out a so-called strategic review of a number of brands, including Saab. Now he also described that this would most likely mean a statement that GM intended to end its involvement with Saab. But he did not want to go into more detail about what that would mean in practice. However, the discussion ended with a joint agreement to continue to keep each other well informed, with frequent contacts also in the future. After we returned home from Detroit, our discussions continued intensively in various ways. But January 2009 also meant that we had the opportunity to keep other groups and institutions updated on developments. Throughout the time we were working on the Saab issue, I had regular contact with the political majority in the Riksdag's Industry Committee. Every now and then I also informed the entire committee about developments. The king is informed. Among those who also had a great interest in developments for the Swedish automotive industry was His Majesty, King Carl XVI Gustaf. On 20 January 2009, Minister for Industry Maud Olofsson and I had the opportunity to personally inform the king about what was going on. Our head of state has a long-standing interest in vehicles, which is widely known, and it was important for him to know all the details of the discussions we were now having. It was a special feeling to have the opportunity to describe our work to him, with interesting discussions as a result. Saab Automobile in Reconstruction. At our meeting with GM in connection with the Detroit Auto Show, we had learned that they were working very intensively on a new future business plan. It was a direct order from the US government in exchange for state aid payments of up to $13.4 billion USD, approximately 100 billion SEK. The so-called viability plan demanded by the government meant that GM needed to show decisiveness both in terms of negotiations with the UAW union about their assumption of health and pension costs, and in terms of adapting the model, program, and production capacity that could return GM to the black in the accounts. GM tried to avoid Saab during these weeks. In January and early February 2009. GM made it clear that they saw financing need for Saab of a total of 1,000 million USD, approximately 7 billion SEK, and that they themselves could only finance 400 million USD. The remaining 600 million USD would have to be financed by someone else. It is unclear who or which ones. The most remarkable thing was that they also declared that they intended to own Saab for the rest of the year, that is, until 31 December 2009. When we pressed them about the ownership situation after this date, they had no answers whatsoever, not even about whether Saab would be sold or closed down. The more we discussed the matter, not least with Carl Peter Forster, it became clear that their tactic was to get the Swedish government to guarantee the remaining 600 million USD, and that this guarantee would then have to be redeemed during the year, and the Swedish state would thus be forced to take over ownership of Saab in order to secure its money. It was a strategy we reacted strongly to. Frankly, we were furious with them and also made this very clear to them. Such a solution was completely unacceptable to the Swedish government. GM owned the company, and it was their responsibility to resolve this in a responsible manner. We knew that GM would submit its action plan to the American government on February 17. With the promise from earlier of close contacts between GM and us, we therefore carried out a number of careful reviews of the situation and our respective positions with regard to Saab. On both February 2 and 10, we spoke directly with Fritz Henderson in Detroit and were able to go through a large number of questions step by step. A strategy had been developed on GM's part where Fritz was what you might call a good guy, while Carl Peter Forster was given the role of bad guy. In practice, this meant that Carl Peter was the one who suggested that the Swedish state should provide money without being able to answer our questions about the consequences of that. While Fritz was analytical and asked control questions such as, what does Sweden's requirement for adequate collateral for state guarantees entail? I particularly noted that he had a list of control questions that he checked off as we talked. On February 10, we had a final review before GM's management was to compile the material for the board meeting a week later. We emphasized once again on this occasion that we considered it extremely important that GM took its responsibility as the owner of Saab. GM's viability plan on February 17, 2009, GM presented its major action plan to achieve a balanced economy. Through our close contacts with the company, we received advance information about what GM intended to say, especially about Saab, in the plan. It was a relatively aggressive plan in which they announced the sale or closure of the Hummer, Saturn and Saab brands. Major reductions in manufacturing capacity in North America, with the closure of an additional 14 plants before 2012, the transfer of cost responsibility for pensions to the union, the closure of even more dealers than previously announced, and general cost efficiency improvements throughout the organization. As counterperformance, they requested an additional $16.6 billion in government loans. The most interesting thing for us was, of course, the writing they had in the plan regarding Saab's future. GM has conducted a strategic review of the global Saab business and has offered it for sale. Given the urgency of stemming sizable cash demands associated with Saab operations, GM is requesting Swedish government support prior to any sale. The company has developed a specific proposal that would have the effect of capping GM's financial support, with Saab's operations effectively becoming an independent business entity Jan. 1, 2010. While GM hopes to reach 6 GM's press release February 17, 2009. Agreement with the Swedish government, the Saab Automobile AB subsidiary could file for reorganization as early as this month. Here GM described for the first time both that they intended to sell Saab and that they were seeking support from the Swedish government in connection with such a sale. The biggest news, however, was that they were now flagging up a legal process in accordance with Swedish legislation on reorganization. The comments and headlines in the Swedish media were also very negative after GM's presentation. The beard in the mailbox, GM abandons Saab, the Saab era is probably over, were just some of the headlines we could read. Minister of Industry Maud Olofsson and I myself held a well-attended press conference in connection with the report. The Swedish government was very negative about the information given about Saab. Above all because we saw it as GM once again trying to give the impression that it was the government that would take the main responsibility for Saab in the future, despite the fact that we had been very careful to emphasize during our negotiations that this was not an option. We were also saddened by how GM had managed its ownership of Saab and felt that they had never really given Saab the chance to develop in the way that was intended when GM bought the company. In conclusion, we could conclude that most of the evidence now indicated that Saab would be required to undergo reconstruction, with an unclear outcome for the future. Saab requests reconstruction we had, of course, in connection with the fact that we had received signals that GM was considering a legal process involving reconstruction, made an effort to find out what this could mean for the continued work. Not all countries have the reconstruction approach in their legislation. This is also the real reason why the EU has introduced a regulatory framework for individual member states to issue so-called rescue loans, as I describe in Chapter 3. Sweden does, however. Reconstruction means that a company is given a certain amount of time to reconstruct its operations and finances. It must take place according to certain steps specified in the law and be led by a reorganizer appointed by the district court. Restructuring often involves a composition agreement, where the creditors agree to write off part of the company's debts. However, this must be approved by a certain percentage of the creditors. For example, if you want to write down the debts by more than 50%, the creditors behind 75% of the debt must agree to this. While the restructuring is in progress, the creditors cannot request seizure or apply for the company to be declared bankrupt. Again, we had received advance information before Saab. In this case, it was the company in question that requested it, submitted the application for restructuring under Swedish law to the district court in Vänersborg on Friday, February 20, 2009. Later that day, the district court announced that it had granted the application and, in accordance with the applicant's proposal, appointed lawyer Guy Lofolk as reorganizer. Throughout the week, our discussions with Saab had intensified. We had regular meetings where we went through GM's action plan and their intentions for Saab as well as the Swedish Corporate Restructuring Act 1996-76 for. As we reviewed the Saab management's alternatives to business plans and financial data. Of course, our discussions were influenced by the fact that GM had so clearly indicated that it intended to dispose of Saab by the end of the year at the latest. This was a fact that also made our discussions noticeably more difficult. Saab's loan talks with the European Investment Bank, EIB, assumed a long-term owner of the company who could finance half of the money for the investment. The EIB loan is part of the financing of completed projects where the borrower is expected to finance the same amount himself. Our discussions also continued over the weekend after the application for reconstruction had been submitted to the district court. On Sunday evening, Jan Ake Johnson also appeared on the television program Agenda together with the Minister of Industry and Trade. It was a rather unpromising broadcast. Jan Ake's natural business loyalty to Saab's owner was clear and did not allow for any other nuances than that, according to him, it was now the Swedish government that should solve Saab's problems. It was decided that the government would travel to Trollhättan on Monday, February 23. The situation was worrying after GM's announcement and the district court's decision on reconstruction. The government was represented by Minister for Enterprise and Industry Maud Olofsson, Minister for Labor Sven Otto Littorin, myself, the Minister for Labor's Chief of Staff Martin Wenberg, the Minister for Enterprise and Industry's Chief of Staff Katharina Hackinson-Baumann, Press Secretaries Frank Nilsson, Lisa Wen and Carolyn A. Johansson, and Chancellor Hans G. Pettersson from the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry. The program was such that we first met with the company management in the morning, followed by a meeting with union representatives. In the afternoon, we met with the municipal management, the government-appointed notice coordinators in the region, and a number of representatives from, among others, Högskolan Väst, Innovatum, and others. We naturally had a long list of questions that we wanted answers to. It concerned what would happen to Saab's ownership in the future, how GM would ensure that they could finance the operations throughout the reconstruction, what would happen to production in Trollhättan, what preparedness was in place at Saab and the municipality for various conceivable scenarios, and many further practical issues related to the reconstruction process itself. The employees were naturally very concerned and their hopes for quick help from outside were high. However, our clear message was that it would continue to be the owner, GM, who had to keep the pace, and that the demands for a structured change in the operations had to be placed on them. That the Swedish state would own Saab, whether in the short or long term, was not an alternative, even though there were voices that believed so. From my point of view, it was pure populism on the part of the political opposition to so lightly try to shift the focus from the owner's responsibility to the Swedish government. Ever since then, I have considered the three opposition parties to be irresponsible in economic matters. It was a good day in Trollhättan, where we had the opportunity to inform about how we are working to ensure that GM takes its responsibility for sorting out Saab's future. The news of the day was that the government would apply for support from the EU Globalization Fund to strengthen the labor market policy efforts in Trollhättan. We understood that a long and patient work to reach the best possible solution had only just begun. Selling an automotive company, Saab's restructuring process turned out to be a lengthy story that followed the steps set out in the legislation. On 6 April 2009, a creditors' meeting was held at the district court in Vänersborg, which decided that the restructuring should continue and at the same time appointed a restructuring committee. It consisted of one representative each for General Motors, IAC Sweden, the Swedish tax agency, and the staff. On 29 May, the district court decided that the restructuring would continue with composition negotiations on 17 June and that the restructuring would be completed on 30 August. In order to approve a composition settlement, at least 75% of the creditors and the debt amount had to vote in favor of the proposed solution. It was the responsibility of the reorganizer to work to reach a financial settlement that the majority of creditors could support, and also to continue working on a long-term solution for the company. Based on his proposal, the creditors would then have their say, and the district court would at a later date decide on either a solution that meant Saab could exit the restructuring, or that the company would be liquidated or declared bankrupt. If it was possible to reach a sale of Saab by GM, it meant that the company could exit the restructuring no later than August 30, 2009. It was therefore important for us to work closely with the restructuring manager, Saab's management, and GM's representatives. We gained early insight into the work of selling Saab, which was not yet an independent company, carved out of GM's large organization. This work to free Saab was carried out in parallel with other efforts to make Saab ripe for survival. In such contexts, it is customary to speak of dressing the bride for the wedding, but here it was more about persuading the mother to give birth to a bride. Decent suitors for the future bride were not immediately in line. The crisis in the automotive industry was global, and virtually all companies were fully focused on surviving themselves through downsizing, adjustments, and divestment of bad assets. In other words, the timing for selling Saab was not optimal. If there was a market for corporate acquisitions at all, it was the buyers, not the sellers. We had regular briefings with Jan Ake Johnson about the work on the sale. It was important for us to understand what was happening, and we also wanted to be active when it came to meeting a number of selected speculators when the process had progressed further. The Yellow Pages as a model from the outset, a long list of potential buyer candidates was drawn up and invited to read the prospectus about Saab. Well over 20 interested parties were identified in this way, of which about 10 of them then had to visit Trollhättan to learn more about the company and about a possible purchase. My impression was that the work was similar to something I have chosen to call the Yellow Pages process. That is, the sellers searched the appropriate registers for those who might be interested in a deal. Eventually, GM decided, because it was of course they as the owners of Saab who ultimately decided who would be allowed to proceed in the process, which 3 interested parties would be allowed to meet the government. In addition, these 3 received in-depth background information about Saab with further information about the company. Now we were in May 2009, and the government, GM and Saab together set up an intensive schedule to receive these stakeholders, each separately, at the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry. The format for these meetings was that we offered a business lunch where the company in question could present itself in detail and its ideas about owning Saab. For our part, we explained the criteria for a government loan guarantee and described the various processes that remained in the work with various authorities, both nationally and within the EU. Of course, we also presented what it meant to invest and run a company in Sweden. The automotive cluster was discussed in particular. We met stakeholders, we met with owners and representatives of Renko Group Inc., a New York-based holding company that invests in various industrial companies. It has become best known for 2 things. First, its ownership of AM General, which manufactures vehicles for military use, especially the famous Humvee, whose civilian version, the Hummer, was sold by them to GM in 1999. Second, its ownership of a number of mines with major emissions problems in South America. We met founder and owner Ira Rennert, along with his son Ari Rennert, and the company's CFO Roger L. Fay. Ira bought the company AM General in 1992 for $133 million USD, of which he put in $10 million in cash, and sold 70% of the company in 2004 for just under $1 billion USD. A decent return, one could safely say. Their intentions with Saab were to let it be an independent automotive company. We also could not see any rationalization or efficiency benefits with any of the other companies in the Renko group, so their presentation sounded logical to us. We also met representatives of the Beijing-owned and based automotive company, Beijing Automotive Industry Holding Corporation, BAIC. The company is owned by the Beijing municipality and manufactures passenger cars, trucks, buses, and tractors in just over 20 Chinese cities. CEO Dazhong Wang previously worked for just over 20 years for GM in the US and therefore knows the seller of Saab well. BAIC had tried for some time to establish itself in the European market in various ways, without success. At this time, they were also considered a possible speculator for Opel, which GM had also decided to sell some time ago. BAIC's intentions with Saab were primarily twofold. First, to establish itself in Europe and in this way also gain market access for other products of its production, and secondly, to gain access to a wholly owned brand that could give them growth opportunities in the Chinese market. Until then, BAIC had licensed passenger cars from the Hyundai, Daimler, Mercedes-Benz, and Chrysler brands, and we met representatives of a completely newly formed Swedish-American-Norwegian consortium, Koenigsegg Group AB. It was represented by Christian von Koenigsegg, his wife Haldora von Koenigsegg, his father Jesko von Koenigsegg, Bart Ecker, Mark Bishop, Audrey K. Fabla, and Melissa Schwartz. The CEO of the newly formed company was Christian von Koenigsegg, and the chairman of the board was Audrey K. Fabla, although at this first meeting with us, he called himself an investor in the group. Their intentions with Saab were to develop a Swedish automotive company with a number of models in a more sports car-like design, where they could benefit from the know-how from the development and production of the Koenigsegg Super Sports car. We could note a strong interest in the deal, even though their industrial experience of large-scale passenger car manufacturing was less than that of the other interested parties. A fourth interested party at this time who often contacted us by phone, text message, and email was Merbanco Inc., a company based in Wyoming, USA. In the background was the Johnston family, who had previously invested in various industrial companies, including tractor manufacturing. The driving force was Christopher "Chris" Johnston. As mentioned, he often contacted us and argued enthusiastically why they were the best suited to buy Saab. We never met him physically, but he was visiting Trollhättan. But there were also other interested parties who contacted us in various ways. One was the Chinese Zhejiang Geely Holding Group, a company based in Hangzhou in southern China with manufacturing at several locations in China. The founder and owner is businessman Li Shufu, who is commonly known as Chairman Li. They later focused on another Swedish-based vehicle manufacturer and are, as of this writing, in the final stages of negotiations on the purchase of Volvo cars by Ford Motor Company. Fiat was also interested. Another was the Italian Fiat Auto. CEO Sergio Marchionne himself contacted us via Swedish contacts and wanted a meeting with the Swedish government. He also got this when he explained his plans in connection with a possible purchase of Opel from GM, including Saab. He described an exciting vision for the new merged company, where Saab would be part of a newly formed and concentrated division of real premium models. However, being part of the Fiat Group was not something that Saab's management wanted, and I don't even think Jan Ake Johnson was aware of Sergio's visit to us in Stockholm. We continued to keep in touch with Sergio Marchionne, but when Fiat was no longer allowed to be part of the bidding for Opel, our contacts were interrupted. So it turned out that GM selected 3 main candidates to negotiate in depth with, and then select one of these to proceed to final negotiations. The 3 were Renko, Merbanco, and Koenigsegg Group, who met in Zurich for intensive parallel negotiations. Our impressions of the speculators. What were our impressions of these different candidates? The government never made an overall assessment of the suitability of the parties in this situation, in the sense that the government took a position on who it would prefer to see as the buyer. Ultimately, it was not the Swedish government that would decide to whom GM would sell Saab. That decision was entirely their own. However, we would find ourselves in a situation where we would have to negotiate government loan guarantees for one of the speculators, so it was of course interesting to better understand who they were and their intentions with Saab. During our meetings with them, we made it very clear that Swedish government loan guarantees could only be relevant for projects that were mainly run in Sweden, and where the ambition was to maintain and develop Saab's operations in Sweden. We also made it clear to them and to GM that we intended to conduct our own thorough due diligence of potential buyers, including a financial analysis. And the various speculators were undeniably each unique in their design and what they wanted to do with Saab. Industrially, there was no doubt that Fiat was the best alternative from our point of view, followed by the Chinese stakeholders, then Renko and Koenigsegg. We had early doubts about Merbanco for reasons that I will return to later. From a financial point of view, the stakeholders came in the same order as above. When it came to exciting concepts and innovative ideas regarding the development of Saab, the order was probably Koenigsegg, Fiat, and the Chinese companies. Renko's approach to leadership within its subsidiaries, assuming that the description we received was correct, undeniably sounded like the best from the point of view that Saab's management would be given a fairly free hand to lead and control the development of the company. At this time, there was a great deal of fatigue within Saab of belonging to a large group like GM and also of constantly submitting to Opel's interests. As everyone therefore notes, the loaf could be sliced in different directions when it came to ranking the pros and cons of the various stakeholders. From a state loan guarantee point of view, it was of course easiest if it was a Swedish or European company that became the new owner. Easiest because we would therefore avoid the discussion about the risk that Swedish taxpayers' money would end up with American or Chinese companies if the worst were to happen. When it came to the Chinese company BAIC, there was also the question of whether the Swedish state would really have to guarantee companies owned by the Chinese state. We therefore informed GM and their contracted business partner Deutsche Bank of our view of the various speculators ahead of the final negotiations that were to be held. General Motors goes bankrupt while GM was negotiating with various stakeholders to take over Saab Automobile. Their search for financial support to survive continued around the world. The development in vehicle sales was dramatically negative for all manufacturers in 2009, and perhaps especially for the American companies that were so dependent on the domestic market that it almost collapsed. For GM, this meant that they now, in the spring of 2009, sought government support totaling $35 billion, an almost unimaginable approximately 245 billion SEK. They went to the governments of the USA, Canada, Great Britain, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Poland, Sweden, Thailand, and Australia. I have since thought a lot about the effort it must have taken internally at GM to spend so much time and effort courting governments, while the need for structural measures and the development of an aggressive, environmentally friendly model program must have obviously suffered. When it comes to future investments in the environmental field, they limited themselves at this time to the electric car Volt and investments in ethanol in the USA through cooperation with innovative ethanol manufacturers. The American consumer market has always been completely governed by the price of gasoline. When oil became more expensive, more economical models were demanded, but as soon as it got a lower price, customers were back to their trucks and SUVs again. It is not for nothing that the single best-selling model in the USA for several years has been Ford's large truck F-150 series. At its peak a few years ago, it sold about 1 million units a year in the USA. Now it is down to only 750,000. Back in March, President Obama had also declared that the best way for GM to proceed would probably be through a controlled procedure in accordance with American law, known as Chapter 11. This is bankruptcy protection that is very similar to the Swedish law on corporate restructuring. According to the president, this would help GM return more quickly to being a financially viable company. At this time, more precisely on March 29, 2009, GM CEO Rick Wagoner also resigned in order to appease the Obama administration and show that GM was doing everything they could to save the situation. Wagoner was replaced by Fritz Henderson, which we considered to be a good solution. If there was anyone we thought could save GM, it was Fritz, whom we already knew. However, GM was given an additional 60 days to demonstrate that it could deliver according to the survival plan that had been presented on February 17, and where the sale or closure of Hummer, Saturn, and Saab were some of the ingredients. And at the end of April, GM announced that it would simply scrap Pontiac as a brand and instead concentrate on Buick, Chevrolet, and Cadillac, a solution that was completely new and had not been included in previous plans. I must say that it both impressed us and worried us. Suddenly, GM began to show the power of action that we had previously lacked and wanted. At the same time, it became even more uncertain how GM would act towards Saab, which was a smaller brand for GM in this context. Opel is sold during May. Intensive negotiations were underway between GM and some interested parties, with the aim of buying Opel and Vauxhall from GM. We naturally followed these negotiations as closely as we could, since they could also affect Saab in one way or another. Among other things, we kept in constant contact with the German government, which was deeply involved in the work. The German Ministry of Industry, headed by Minister of Industry Karl Theodor zu Guttenberg, had a similar view to ours when it came to possible government interventions. On May 30, GM announced that it had reached an agreement to sell New GM Europe, containing Opel and Vauxhall, to a consortium consisting of the Russian bank Sberbank, the Canadian subcontractor Magna International, and Opel employees and dealers. All that remained were final negotiations, including an agreement with the German government on government loans. Then came the crash, but none of the above helped. The damage at GM had gone too far in the sense that GM's finances were so bad that they risked losing the entire company. On the morning of June 1, 2009, they therefore filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. American legislation includes, among other things, a chapter for corporate bankruptcy under Chapter 9 and what is called bankruptcy protection under Chapter 11. The latter is very similar to the Swedish legislation on corporate restructuring, which I have described elsewhere. This was done through an application by Chevrolet Saturn of Harlem, a dealer in Manhattan, New York, to the Southern District Court of Manhattan. This application was quickly followed by similar applications from General Motors Corporation, the parent company, as well as by Saturn LLC and Saturn Distribution Company. Normally, companies should file such applications in a court where they have their headquarters, compare Saab and the District Court in Vänersborg, but here it was considered best to do this collectively in a federal court. Shortly after the application was filed, Fritz Henderson explained in an interview that GM intended to carry out a rapid reconstruction of the company. One of the very first actions decided upon after the application was filed with the court was to terminate GM's lease of the company's 7 business jets and the lease of the hangar at Detroit Airport. This decision was highly symbolic, given the first trip the leaders of the 3 automakers had taken to Congress in Washington in November 2008, each in their own private jet. The filing stated that GM's total assets amounted to $82.29 billion, while its liabilities were $172.82 billion. It became the fourth largest bankruptcy in the United States of all time after the collapse of Lehman Brothers plus a couple of others. We were of course following this closely as it clearly affected Saab's future. Even though the application itself only concerned the North American operations, it would also have consequences for how GM, as the owner of Saab, could act in the future. A long series of questions were quite obvious to ask. Would the bankruptcy affect GM's operations in more countries than the US? How would the financing of Saab's reconstruction, which was underway at the same time, go? How great was GM's interest in finding a solution for Saab when it was busy with its own reconstruction? Some of the questions found their answers fairly immediately. For example, it was made clear that the legal process with Chapter II in the US only applied to the operations in the US. At the same time, we were no fool to realize that the US government, taxpayers, and the public debate would put pressure on GM to ensure that no money left the country to finance operations outside the US. This did not only apply to Saab, but to Opel's operations in Europe as well. This was also why the German government at this time was committed to finding solutions that would make it impossible for Opel to be dragged into GM's bankruptcy. Furthermore, we found that GM had been foresightful and wise enough to set aside the resources required to run Saab through the reconstruction via an account in London. There, a sum had been placed that would be sufficient for the remaining work. Together with rock-solid cash management, with day-to-day liquidity reconciliation, and centralized control of orders, this ensured that the continued work could be secured. Our biggest question mark was with what commitment GM's management would continue constructive work to give Saab a new life. As I said, they were more than busy with managing GM's future, and thereby also their own personal careers. We could also note at close range how the hunt for financing and ensuring GM's survival left its mark on top management. And it was no wonder. Stress had increased, patience over the lack of solutions decreased, and irritation and power positioning between individual managers spread. It turned out that the commitment to carrying out Saab's reconstruction in a professional manner was surprisingly great. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that the people in charge of Saab's future were not the same as those who worked on GM's. But I am also convinced that the very absence of top management involvement in what was going on with Saab gave those we worked with greater freedom of action. Although they were responsible for reporting developments to Detroit, many of the strategic issues could be decided directly in a smaller group on site in Europe. It should also not be forgotten that Fritz Henderson had been appointed as the new CEO of GM at the end of March. He then worked quite intensively to implement the personnel changes he considered necessary, both in the circle closest to him and among the managers at the levels below him. GM's controlled bankruptcy, Chapter 11, lasted from June 1 to July 10, 2009. Then, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, a new GM emerged, which had been formed containing all profitable and financially viable assets. The old GM, with its bad assets, including the businesses that were to be liquidated, was placed in a special liquidation company. The new GM had a total of USD 17 billion in debt, compared to the USD 172 billion that existed in the group before the bankruptcy. But what was new in this context was that the new GM, which had been taken off the stock exchange during the Chapter 11 proceedings, had now received the U.S. Treasury Department as the new main owner with 61% of the shares. A solution in exchange for the loans that had been given to GM during the winter and spring by the U.S. government. New owners also included the Auto Workers Union United Auto Workers with 17.5% and the Canadian government with 7.9% of the shares. This is what had finally happened in the USA, as we had always warned about when it came to a government involvement in Saab Automobile. Taxpayers were forced to become owners of the company in order to secure their invested resources. By so unreservedly providing tax money in order to save their industry, the American government now had no other choice but to exchange the large loans for shares in the new GM. Everything indicated that the same thing would have happened in Sweden if we had followed the political opposition's line at the beginning of 2009. Koenigsegg Group negotiates, while GM's American management was most preoccupied with its own restructuring. Work continued in Europe to find a solution for Saab Automobile. The person responsible for Saab within GM was now Enrico Di Girolamo, GM Europe's CFO. Work also continued on the sale of Opel and Vauxhall under the leadership of GM Europe's CEO Karl-Peter Forster, who was also Saab's chairman at the time. From our perspective, it became increasingly clear over time that Karl-Peter Forster's main interest lay with Opel. We had noticed this earlier, but now it was obvious to everyone involved. He was strongly committed to the solution that seemed most likely, a sale of Opel to S. Burbank Magna. We were well informed about the final negotiations that GM conducted with 3 different stakeholders in Zurich in mid-June 2009. Negotiations that became particularly intense during the weekend of June 13-14. In fact, I had daily contact with both Jan Ake Johnson and Enrico Di Girolamo to update us on how the negotiation work was progressing. Looking back a little, I can see that it must have been an almost ridiculous event where GM's representatives moved between the 3 different physical locations in Zurich where the stakeholders were. The government also knew that the process had now progressed in a way that made it possible for us to take a further formal step. At the meeting on 11 June 2009, the government decided to give the debt office a formal mandate to negotiate government loan guarantees for loans from the European Investment Bank with Saab Automobile AB. A special annex to the decision stated the conditions that had to be met in order for the debt office to later come back to the government with proposals for agreements on such guarantees. The requirement for adequate financial collateral was particularly important in view of the large amounts of value at stake. The negotiations that GM conducted in Zurich aimed to reach a so-called Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, together with one of the stakeholders in order to then carry out the complicated final negotiations. Several steps were to be taken along the way, including the signing of an agreement to purchase the shares in Saab Automobile. Through this MOU, the selected stakeholder could also take part in more confidential information about Saab. For us, an MOU was also important because we had made it clear during our meetings with the various stakeholders that we would carry out our own careful analysis of the intended buyer in connection with the next step. We had of course already done a simpler review of the various stakeholders, but our approach was that it was only when GM had decided who they wanted to negotiate with that we could devote the resources required to a proper analysis. Again, GM owned Saab Automobile, and it was their responsibility to move the process forward successfully. Koenigsegg Group AB is selected, so on Monday evening, June 15, we received information about which of the stakeholders GM had decided to continue negotiating with. The information was also announced to the media and the public on the morning of June 16. The stakeholder that had been selected was Koenigsegg Group AB. The intended buyer consisted of a group of businessmen with different backgrounds who had formed the new company solely for the purpose of acquiring Saab Automobile AB and then operating it going forward. The group had taken its name from the Swedish super sports car manufacturer Koenigsegg Automotive AB, with founder Christian von Koenigsegg as its main representative. He decided to become a sports car manufacturer when he saw the Norwegian puppet film Flaklipa Grand Prix at a very young age. In 1994, he started his own company, which specialized in manufacturing super sports cars in very small volumes. It had about 50 employees. In March 2009, the Koenigsegg CCXR was named one of the world's 10 most beautiful cars ever by the American magazine Forbes. It was a model that was presented at the Geneva Motor Show in 2007 and could run on ethanol fuel E85. At that time, the car produced 1,018 HP, making it the world's most powerful series-produced car. As the company needed more capital, over the years some 90 different shareholders had been added, of which the largest individual owner was the Norwegian designer Bård Ecker, who with his company Ecker Group owned 49% of the shares. Christian von Koenigsegg himself owned 18% of the shares. Bård Ecker was a Norwegian entrepreneur and designer who liked fast cars and boats, and who had become what could be called a Norwegian popular playboy. If such a thing exists, his expertise in design was what we perceived as his greatest contribution to the commitment to the purchase of Saab Automobile. The group also included American businessman Mark Bishop. He had a background in the financial markets and had been involved in a number of different companies that specialized in the type of cheap and unsafe loans that later contributed to the great global financial crisis through the collapse of the American mortgage institutions Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Bishop was not involved in these companies, however, but in several smaller ones with similar activities. He was the driving force behind the entire deal between Koenigsegg Group AB and GM from the beginning. He told us that he had connections to Trollhättan through a Swedish girlfriend who came from there, which made him care a lot about the future of the area. AGK Fabla II was the company's chairman. His background came primarily from the telecom industry, where he built the Russian telecom company Vimpelcom from a small player to a giant with several of the countries of the former Soviet Union as markets. He resigned as chairman of Vimpelcom in 2002, and after the company's initial public offering on the New York Stock Exchange, had devoted most of his time to various charitable projects. When we first met him, his involvement in Koenigsegg Group AB was purely as an investor. It was only later that he seriously took on more and more responsibility and eventually became the one who drove the business. Melissa Schwartz was a lawyer and close advisor to Ojike Fabla. She was trained to learn all about Russia and spoke Russian fluently. It was in this capacity that she began working with Fabla during his time at Vimpelcom. She was also obviously the lawyer in the company, and over time became increasingly involved in the complex negotiations that go into buying an automotive company. Our general impression of Koenigsegg Group AB was, as I described earlier, that it was a group of enthusiasts who wanted to acquire Saab automobile, but that they lacked the broad industrial experience of running a company as large as Saab was. For this reason, they had not been at the top of our list when we ranked the interested parties, but it was of course exciting that there was a Swedish interested party in the discussions about Saab's future. Now they had been selected by GM, and we received detailed reports from them about why they had chosen this particular interested party. Above all, GM had been impressed by the commitment of the group and the combination of knowledge about design and sports cars that existed within the group. GM's conclusion was that Koenigsegg Group was the interested party that had the best conditions to return Saab Automobile AB to its roots with exciting design, innovative solutions, and a niche market. Musette accordion these days in mid-June 2009, just before midsummer, I was in Paris to participate as a Swedish government representative at the major Paris Air Show, or as it is so beautifully called, the Salon International de l'Aéronautique et de l'Espace, Paris-Le Bourget. It is the aviation industry's major trade fair, held every 2 years in Paris and every 2 years in London. The very latest is on display here, and business is established through the constant meetings between various representatives. So the information I received from Enrico Di Girolamo about the ongoing negotiations in Zurich, I received on site in Paris, where I tried to find reasonably quiet places to be able to talk on the phone. For those who have never been to an air show, I can inform you that it sounds much more than you might even imagine. There are demonstrations at regular intervals, practically all the time in fact, right where you are on the show grounds, and all the manufacturers do what they can to show how spectacular their products are, or at least how spectacular they can be used. On Tuesday, June 16, 2009, the long-awaited announcement came that GM had selected a final interested party to negotiate with, and it was decided quite quickly that Sveriges Radio Pone would broadcast live from Trollhättan in the afternoon, with a long list of relevant people on the program. Preferably on site, of course, but in an emergency, participation by telephone. Among the people who were to participate in the program were Municipal Councillor Gerten G. Andersson, motoring journalist Håkan Mattsson, Saab Automobile's CEO Jan Ake Johnson, buyer Christian von Koenigsegg, chairman of the local metal club and Paul Ackerlund, CEO of the automotive component group Sven Ake Bergli, and others. And then me on the phone from Paris. This particular afternoon was one of the few. I wasn't in Paris for so many days that I had an hour or so without scheduled meetings. We had held a seminar on the future of the Swedish aviation industry, and now we would be able to enjoy the warm summer day and have a cup of coffee in one of the many pleasant cafes that line the streets. I didn't feel like waiting around in some meeting room for a radio program, so it was decided that I could participate by phone out in town during the live broadcast, which lasted between 4 o'clock and 4:45 p.m. It was just that when broadcast time approached, and I thought I had found a nice little alley that was quiet enough to host a telephone interview on Swedish radio, the music started playing. A classical French musette accordion player began to play his entire repertoire with great emotion and enthusiastically cheered on by people in nearby cafes. No matter how I turned in these alleys, it was impossible to avoid this accordion playing. I had been instructed to call the Swedish radio studio to be connected to the mixing console and thus be included in the broadcast as soon as it was my turn, but the music simply refused to stop. Good advice was expensive. What do you do standing in an alley in Paris with echoing accordion music all around you when you are about to be on a live broadcast on Swedish radio? Letting it be heard was out of the question. It would almost sound contrived, almost as if I had ordered the music to prove that I was in Paris. The only idea I had at the time was to take my colleagues who were with me that afternoon to a small restaurant that looked empty enough to be able to make an audible phone call from there. So it happened that I was standing in a corner of this restaurant with my hand wrapped around the phone's microphone to protect against disturbing noise, conducting a live interview on Sveriges Radio about the government's view of GM's choice of Koenigsegg Group as the buyer of Saab. Nothing could be heard from the accordion, but a certain murmur from the guests penetrated. Believe it or not, I've experienced stranger things. The deal is close to being stopped, so the summer passed with continued work for many involved. The people behind the Koenigsegg Group were naturally inspired by the privilege of negotiating exclusively with GM. At the same time, there was a lot of documentation to go through. Thousands upon thousands of pages of contract terms, documentation on intellectual property rights, technical descriptions, discussions about purchase arrangements, handling GM's claims on Saab, and much, much more. To this should be added the reviews of the various projects for which Saab Automobile applied for loans from the European Investment Bank, the contacts with the bank, and the commencement of negotiations with the Swedish National Debt Office on the terms of the state guarantee that was necessary for the EIB to grant the loan. At the same time, the Swedish government, through the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, was in contact with the EU Commission on the details and conditions for having a state guarantee approved from a state aid point of view by the Commission. As I described in an earlier chapter, the EU had introduced temporary state aid rules that made it possible for a certain period, up to and including the end of 2010, to give a discount on the risk premium, the interest rate surcharge that Saab would pay to the state for the guarantee. This meant that in addition to the interest that Saab would pay to the EIB for the loan itself, an interest rate surcharge was added as a cost for the guarantee. But thanks to the temporary state aid rules, the total interest cost for the entire period that the loan ran was still a really acceptable cost for Saab. Not least considering that without the state guarantee, they would not have received this loan from the EIB, and that the financial market was otherwise dead for the automotive industry at this time. How to calculate salary costs. Now, however, two more problems arose. Saab could not be credited with a discounted government guarantee that was higher than the total salary cost for the company in 2008. This was entirely in accordance with the regulations, but the problem everyone faced was how to best calculate how large this salary sum was in 2008, when Saab was a fully integrated company in the GM Group. However, a practice had developed. This issue had occurred previously, where a company was allowed to include the salary cost for part of its operations carried out in a subsidiary in another EU country, provided that the operations actually belonged to the company or group that claimed to be allowed to include the amount, and that the same salary amount would not be used to calculate any other, additional state guarantee in that specific country. For Saab, this meant that suddenly there was also the option of also counting the wages for the production that took place at the subcontractor Magna in their factories in Austria regarding Saab's convertible model. According to the business plan, this production was to be moved to Trollhättan, and the parties then considered that Saab should be allowed to include this wages in its quota. This was ultimately the case, which meant that the salary sum could be adjusted upwards, although without reaching the full loan amount from the EIB. The second problem concerned the issue of Saab's financial situation during 2008. The temporary state aid regulations were, as I have described elsewhere, designed so that only companies that could demonstrate that they had no financial problems as of July 1, 2008, were eligible for support. The only question was what Saab Automobile's finances had looked like at that time, deeply integrated as they were in GM. All these details and calculations were to be expedited during the summer to make a deal between the parties possible. There were a variety of different schedules, with the AIB's schedule of the matter being discussed in their credit committee and considered by the board being key to the continued work. With the preparations that had been made earlier, there was good hope that the EIB would be able to handle the matter at the board meeting at the end of September 2009, but then everything had to fall into place without delay. Within Koenigsegg, I had regular contact with GM during the summer, mainly through weekly phone calls. Sometimes these were undramatic, occasionally there were questions that had to be clarified. Most of the time the questions were resolved without much trouble, even if they sometimes required a little more work. For obvious reasons, it didn't make much sense for me to book a longer vacation this summer. I had realized that early on and was prepared for it, but I had decided to go on a shorter driving vacation with my son anyway. The year before we had gone to Hägglund in Billund, Denmark, and also had time to see Copenhagen for a few days. Now we went for a week in mid-July when I judged that the opportunity to have some free time was greatest. This year there was also no competitiveness council within the EU that I needed to attend, which were usually planned by the respective presidency in July. However, the Swedish presidency, which took over on 1 July 2009, intended to hold that meeting in October. Instead, we traveled via Denmark and Germany to the Netherlands and Amsterdam. We stayed there for a couple of days and had time to make a number of nice visits. It was also in Amsterdam, at the Holiday Inn Hotel, that I first learned, during a lengthy meeting with Enrico Di Girolamo from GM on July 14, that there would be changes in the ownership group within the Koenigsegg Group, and that Mark Bishop was leaving the group. Enrico had good reason to assume, as he put it, that there had been some kind of power struggle within the group, whereby Augie Fabla had stepped in and quite suddenly forced Mark Bishop to leave the group. I was naturally intrigued by this account and immediately decided to try to obtain as much additional information as I could. As soon as I returned to Sweden, our investigations into this continued. We also confronted the others in the group, and then received the answer that Mark Bishop considered that the writings about him that had appeared in the Swedish media for a while were too narrow-minded, and that it was not worth the price for him to continue in the group. That could have been a logical explanation. The media pressure surrounding the members of the group was great, which we saw as justified. Of course, those involved had to endure such scrutiny, as they were very interested in Swedish taxpayers giving them large financial guarantees. Then you can't have anything to hide. At the same time, we constantly had the feeling that it wasn't the whole story about the defection that was presented to us. We therefore continued our investigations. Through various channels, we began to see a pattern where there were doubts about Mark Bishop's sincerity regarding financial transactions and the various contacts he had had with potential or additional financiers. It had become apparent in early summer that the resources that the Koenigsegg Group itself had declared that they were prepared to invest in the deal were not sufficient to finance the business plan that had been developed for Saab. A large part of this was due to the fact that the launch date of the new 9-5 model had been postponed. This in turn was due to the parties' assessment of when the deal would be finally completed having been postponed. This meant that the EIB's decision on the loan and the Swedish government's decision on loan guarantees would also be postponed further. Since the Koenigsegg Group was keen to be able to start operations under the best possible conditions, they realized at the end of June that they were missing approximately SEK 3 billion to finance the business plan. They then turned to the government with a request as to whether there was any possibility of a government loan of this amount. We explained, I don't know how many times, that such a possibility was not in the government's toolbox and that it was not desirable on our part. It was not the Swedish government's intention to be so closely involved in the day-to-day running of Saab Automobile's operations. As usual, however, the political opposition was quick to demand that the state step in. Strangely enough, we never heard the Social Democrats make any demands on Saab's owners or the intended buyers during the entire deal. Serious management and care for the employees constantly had to take the back seat to sad opportunism on their part. In our discussions about financing the deal, we had been clear that we believed that the group needed to find more private capital to contribute to its plan. This would also strengthen the entire deal and reduce the risk for both the Koenigsegg Group and the Swedish state. GM had also shown itself to be accommodating despite its own precarious financial situation. Postponing receivables, converting them into preference shares, and moving repayment dates back in time were some of the factors that GM introduced. Of course, they were no less stupid than to see that their own opportunities to minimize their losses for Saab were governed by how great the chances were for the Koenigsegg Group to succeed with its plan. The deal was almost cancelled. It was during this time that Mark Bishop acted in a way that made him impossible for further involvement in the group. His trust in GM was also destroyed in a relatively short time. His lack of judgment therefore meant that the others in the group forced him out through a special agreement at the end of June. There was a clear statement that Mark Bishop renounced continued involvement in return for being paid according to a predetermined formula once the deal between GM and Koenigsegg Group was completed. In September 2009, the Norwegian business newspaper Dagens Næringsliv was able to show that Mark Bishop had made contacts with unwanted people, with the aim of selling his right to compensation that would fall due when his 22% shareholding, which had been taken over by Christian von Koenigsegg and Baedeker, was later resold. We were aware of this arrangement long before it became public and confronted the group again to clarify what was going on. Then suddenly, the agreement between Mark Bishop and the others was revealed. In other words, it was quite clear that the earlier version, which had been invoked on several occasions by the group, that Mark Bishop had dropped out because he was avoiding media exposure, was simply not true. We were rightly extremely irritated with the members of the group for not telling us the truth, and we cut off all further contact with them for a while. I would like to say that it was only through the government's negotiating team that the discussions on state guarantees were then resumed. There were of course those who thought the whole deal should be stopped, and it is easy to understand why. How could we forcefully claim that these were people we trusted so much that we were prepared to issue large state guarantees to when they could not even give us truthful answers to our questions? Of course, we did not demand that they always tell us everything they knew, but what we were informed about should at least be truthful. Finally, an agreement, but where is Enrico? Eventually, our negotiations with Koenigsegg Group and Saab Automobile about government loan guarantees resumed. It was not that they had been idle during the frosty period between the government and them. At the same time, a number of agreements and details had to be worked out with GM. Saab was not yet a fully fledged company, carved out of the large GM group, and the silence between us was at the highest level, between the government's automotive group and Koenigsegg. All the advisors were busy with their work the whole time, but the silence lasted for a couple of weeks as we needed time to digest what had happened and discuss internally what to do next. On August 11th, we had a very thorough review with Augie Fabla where all the details of the planned financing were reviewed. Also everything about Mark Bishop and his business, as well as the consequences of the agreement between Fabla and Bishop regarding the resale of Bishop's shares in Koenigsegg Group. This was a review that had to take an extra long time. It was not just about details and facts, it was also about rebuilding trust between us and Fabla and the rest of the group. From our side, it had been a tough situation when we discovered that the group had tried to deceive us. They themselves said that the issue was primarily something they had to sort out themselves and that it didn't really matter that much to us. The reliable people were still in the group, so we should rather be satisfied with the cleanup within the group. We saw that it wasn't that way at all. Of course, it was good for the continued work that the group could create peace of mind within itself, but we were very critical of the approach of not telling us about the changes. Not even when we asked direct questions about what was going on. In the end, we still decided to continue negotiating about loan guarantees. After all, we saw a possible way out for Saab that could make the company independent with new, committed owners. In other words, we decided to let what had happened be a thing of the past, but there really wasn't any room for more similar events. We also made this clear to Augie Fabla. The media reported extensively on the incident. Fabla at government meeting, the government has seen the money, were just some of the headlines that were printed in large print. The coming week was extremely intense as GM and Koenigsegg Group made remarkable progress in negotiations. Many of the outstanding issues since the signing of the MOU in June had been resolved, while GM worked intensively to make Saab independent. Agreement on share transfer completed, we understood that progress was close. Some would call it a breakthrough, and it was in itself. But a major deal like this is not complete when the parties reach an agreement on the transfer of the shares. Not until what is called closing is completed, money has changed hands, all agreements are signed, and the buyer has access to their new property, is it truly complete. And that was still a long way off, more on that later. But still, on the evening of August 17, 2009, we received confirmation that the parties had reached an agreement to sign a share transfer agreement, and that this would be presented on the 18th. This was undeniably a major step, not least because it signaled GM's sincere desire to actually sell Saab and Koenigsegg Group's corresponding desire to acquire the Swedish vehicle manufacturer. We were delighted with the parties when the news came and discussed with them during the evening of the 17th how the presentation would go so that we could prepare our comments to the media, who were very curious about every step that was taken. Where is Enrico? A rumor quickly spread among journalists that GM would release a press release at 9 a.m. on August 18. In our contacts with GM, we also received confirmation that this was the intention. I had a conversation with Enrico Di Girolamo where he verbally presented the main points of the press release so that we would know in advance what they intended to say, not least how they would formulate themselves regarding the role of the Swedish government. That part was largely based on the fact that the deal required a loan from the EIB in order to be completed, and thus also a state guarantee from the Swedish government. Nothing strange in our eyes, it was largely a factual description that was made in the press release, even though we thought that the parties were partly trying to shift the focus from themselves to the government, the EIB, and the EU Commission. Together with the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation's press officer Håkan Lind and press secretary Frank Nilsson, the government prepared a press statement for the following morning. They were two people who had to work very hard during certain periods when the media's interest was greatest. And it was always nice to have them close and to be able to go through different possible scenarios with them regarding comments to both domestic and foreign media. Our press statement made it clear that the government welcomed the fact that the ownership picture had now become clearer, but that there was still a lot of work to be done before everything was complete. We added a description in bullet form of each of the steps that now remained. This was to emphasize that it was still the two business parties who were responsible for the deal. We had thus prepared ourselves as best we could to be able to quickly comment on the deal the next morning. As usual, we were up and running quite early in the morning. Throughout the entire time the deal was going on, we learned that it was important to have as much presence as possible and a great deal of flexibility to quickly change tasks during the working day to handle unforeseen events in the Saab matter. Media from all over the world had become aware that something was going on with the Swedish company, and the fact that it was a small, in terms of number and volume, manufacturer of super sports cars that was the intended buyer did not directly reduce interest in the deal. Enrico Di Girolamo had promised to call me and tell me when the press release came out from GM, and I had learned that he always kept his word. So I waited at the ministry until we were supposed to call a press conference and give our comments on the deal. It was just that Enrico never got back to us. It was 9 o'clock and no press release had arrived. A few journalists who had spread the rumor about the time the press release would go out but whom we had never confirmed started getting in touch and asking questions about whether something might have happened to disrupt the deal. Eventually, so many got in touch that we felt compelled to start investigating, but no one knew anything about it. The buyer's representatives didn't understand the delay, and neither did Saab's management. On that particular day, it also happened that Christian von Koenigsegg, Audrey Fabla, and Jan Ake Johnson were in Trollhättan to describe the ideas behind the deal to local and regional representatives. Since the financial crisis broke out, the government had appointed notification coordinators in all counties to coordinate efforts and resources on behalf of the government in order to handle the crisis as effectively as possible. These people, Investor Gerdeland, Regional Councillor Kent Johansson, and County Governor Lars Bäckström, were also on site in Trollhättan this morning. I sent a text message to Kent Johansson and asked if they had received any information about the deal and the missing press release. Finally, a vague message came that the press release could be expected around 10 o'clock, but nothing happened then either. Finally, just before 10:30, the press release appeared. It contained exactly the information that Enrico had told me the night before. We were able to start our activities and call a press conference to comment on the deal. This is what we wrote in our first comment, along with the invitation to meet with the media later in the day. It is good that the ownership issue for Saab is now being clarified, but there are still several steps left before it is complete. Koenigsegg Group will provide additional private capital, negotiate with the European Investment Bank, EIB, and agree with the Swedish National Debt Office on the terms and conditions for any government credit guarantees. These also require approval from the European Commission, says Jöran Hägglund, State Secretary at the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation with responsibility for automotive issues. Later in the afternoon, Enrico called me. As he had promised, but considerably late compared to the schedule he had described the day before. I described to him the media activity that had begun to sprout in the morning hours and the rumors that the deal had fallen through. I said that it was becoming like a media riot when no information was being conveyed. Enrico laughed embarrassedly on the phone and told me, "You see, Jöran, I had worked all night on the Opel deal and came home and went to bed early in the morning. I had previously said that the final press release could only be approved by me personally. Our press people had made some linguistic adjustments to the press release so that it would be better, but no change in substance. But they didn't dare send it out before I had read and approved it. It was just that I was at home sleeping after a long night's work. Finally, they got hold of my wife, who had to go home and wake me up so that I could read the press release and approve it. That's why it took a while before it was sent out. I had a good laugh with him and said that it was a story that would really fit into his memoirs one day. He completely agreed. An intense autumn, it was thus in mid-August that the news came that the parties had reached an agreement to transfer the shares in Saab Automobile to the Koenigsegg Group. Even when this happened, everyone was aware that there was a lot of work left to do before everything was complete. However, there were still hopes that the EIB would be able to handle Saab's loan application at its board meeting on 22 September. Such a decision was also necessary for anyone to be able to carry out the purchase at all. However, the EIB loans were occasionally presented in the media as the only financing that would meet Saab's business plan. The government, on the other hand, spoke very often about the need for secured private financing. This was important for several reasons. A private company obviously needs equity to be able to manage its operations in the long term. A substantial amount of private capital in connection with such a large deal would also show that the future owners themselves believed in the deal and were prepared to invest their own funds to row it through. And private capital was necessary to secure the co-financing required for the EIB loans. The EIB lent no more than half of the financial sums that the projects included in the application amounted to. Saab had to finance the rest itself together with its owners. That is why we constantly returned to the need for additional secured private financing. There were certainly those who misinterpreted it as if the government was negatively disposed towards Saab's survival. However, the truth was exactly the opposite. By requiring the company to inject private capital, we could help to secure its survival and strengthen the conditions for maintaining jobs in Trollhättan. After the Koenigsegg Group realized that there were no further government loans to count on, the members of the group began the work of securing financing in other ways. We had urged them to seek the possibility of bringing in additional partners in exchange for additional financing. On September 9, the media reported that the Koenigsegg Group had signed such a letter of intent for joint ownership with the Chinese Beijing Automotive Industry Holding (BAIC). They had also been one of the main interested parties in buying Saab, but had not been selected by GM to proceed with the process. I have always believed that this was due to two main things. First, that GM was afraid that the company's intellectual property rights would end up in the wrong hands. After all, it was rights to components and solutions that were shared with several other brands in the large automotive group. Second, that GM in China had already developed cooperation with another manufacturer, Shanghai Automotive Industry Corporation Group, SAIC. Therefore, allowing one of the domestic competitors to gain a share of the rights in the Chinese market was not an option. With the new agreement with BAIC, however, things took a different turn. BAIC would be allowed to buy the previous version of the 9-3 model, up to the 2004 model year, as well as the current 9-5 model, which would be replaced with a completely new car as soon as the purchase of Saab was completed. This would allow BAIC to take advantage of significant values that could be implemented in their own production of vehicles, but not use the very latest technology, which GM was afraid of. And Saab could be provided with new capital that the company so badly needed, an ingenious solution to a problem that led to several wins nasty. However, there were question marks that we could not see having been resolved. Was it possible that BAIC, which had made a significant capital contribution through the purchase of the outgoing models, would be content with such a small and limited ownership stake as was intended in the arrangement? What could the other owners in the Koenigsegg Group have to say if capital problems arose at a later stage? Wasn't it then easy for BAIC to demand shares and influence in exchange for secured financing? These were questions that I am convinced GM thought very carefully about. The work during the fall of 2009 was mainly focused on a number of parallel processes. GM continued its work to make Saab a saleable company. The parties continued the complicated negotiations on all the details that would be included in the purchase. Not least, issues surrounding intellectual property rights were difficult to resolve. Saab and Koenigsegg continued their reviews and discussions with the EIB regarding the content of the various projects that would form the basis for the loan from the EIB, as well as the other terms and conditions for such a loan. Saab and Koenigsegg continued to negotiate with the Swedish Debt Office on the terms of government guarantees for the EIB loan. In particular, the issues of the credibility of the business plan and the possibilities of identifying adequate financial collateral for the guarantee required extensive work. The Swedish government negotiated with the EU Commission on the conditions under which a state guarantee to Saab would not constitute unlawful state aid. All processes were in principle parallel and partly dependent on each other in order to be completed. The government had been clear that before it could formally decide on a state guarantee, the various steps along the way had to be completed so that the government knew whether there was a loan to guarantee, that there were sufficient collateral for the guarantee, and that the EU Commission would approve the guarantee from a state aid perspective. In the general debate, voices were heard that considered that the government should unilaterally make a decision on state guarantees so that the deal could be implemented. But what value would such a decision have when so many detailed issues remained to be resolved? And what would the National Audit Office and other control bodies have to say about such an arrangement if the government did not even have grounds to claim that the most fundamental requirement in the Riksdag's decision on the loan guarantees, that of adequate collateral, could be substantiated? We saw this kind of move as further evidence of a lack of financial responsibility on the part of the political opposition. A large number of business lawyers and consultants from all parties involved participated in the work. Documentation was to be reviewed, agreements were to be studied. For us, this involved stress testing Saab's business plans, i.e. checking whether they could withstand a number of negative and positive changes in the assumptions in the plan regarding sales volumes exchange rates, raw material prices, and other important factors. We also wanted to make sure that these stress tests were carried out by a third party so that we would really have grounds for our positions. So much of our work during the fall consisted of coordinating different actors, reviewing business plans, financial assumptions, and comparing these to developments in the industry as a whole, following GM's work and ensuring that we could answer the questions asked by the media. Saying enough but never too much, being careful about business confidentiality and what responsibility for providing information the different parties had. When it came to adequate collateral, an idea was developed to secure Saab's various operations by dividing them into newly formed subsidiaries of Saab Automobile. One of several difficulties had been to be able to show that it was Saab Automobile that was the legally rightful owner of the respective operations, and that the assets were 100% owned by Saab. That is, that these were not pledged or otherwise mortgaged, which made them unusable for the Swedish National Debt Office's work of securing adequate financial collateral. Another purpose was, of course, that the government had no interest in having, at any time during the term of the EIB loan, secured greater collateral than what was meant by the term adequate collateral. The EIB loan was to be paid out in different installments, and we had no reason to take all of Saab's assets as collateral on the first disbursement. Therefore, a solution with the operations in subsidiaries turned out to be a fairly flexible solution for us. It was about clarifying and defining the various collateral that would be taken as protection for the loan guarantee issued by Swedish taxpayers to Saab. However, this work could not be completed until GM had progressed further in creating Saab Automobile as a complete company, which also took longer than we had hoped. We learned during the work that everything is possible to interpret in more ways than one way. On December 6, 2009, Göteborgs-Posten published an article under a large black headline. The breakup of Saab has begun. The article stated that the Swedish National Debt Office had demanded that the operations be secured by forming subsidiaries, but the conclusion was that the solution would now be to break up and sell parts of the company. A story that was then quickly followed by similar stories in several other media outlets. It was understandable that this conclusion could be drawn just a few days after GM's decision to give Saab a maximum of 1 more month before it was closed down. For us, it was further proof of how capriciously events can be conveyed in the media. We had been working on this solution for a long time, while the media only discovered it then. Quite early in the late summer, it became clear that the EIB would not be ready to make a decision on the Saab loan at the September board meeting. Nor would the European Commission have time to complete its review and assessment of the terms of the guarantee according to the previous schedule. The focus was therefore now on the EIB board meeting at the end of October. This was of course a setback for all parties involved, especially for the Koenigsegg Group, which wanted everything to be ready as quickly as possible in order to be able to start operations at Saab at full speed. EIB decision 21 October, and at the board meeting on 21 October, the EIB was able to decide to grant Saab Automobile AB 400 million euros in loans for research and development in the environment and safety. This was very welcome, even though there were still several steps left before everything was clear for the government to be able to decide on the loan guarantees. Not least, we waited for the EU Commission to take a position on the conditions for the guarantees from a state aid point of view. It was important for us to have such approval ready before we made a decision, but it was at least as important for Saab Automobile that such a position came from the EU Commission. When I look back on this time, I realized that we were less good at communicating that it was primarily for Saab's sake that such a decision was important. The Swedish government could theoretically have decided on a guarantee, but if the EU Commission later concluded that it was impermissible from a state aid point of view, it was Saab Automobile that would be liable for repayment. Not the Swedish state, therefore it was important to take things in the right order. But the recurring time lag clearly took its toll on Audrey Fabla and Melissa Schwartz, who were the people who put most of the work into the sales process. Koenigsegg Group drops out the work of the European Commission dragged on. It was primarily the two questions about the size of the salary sum and Saab's financial situation as of 1 July 2008 that took time to report and verify in a secure manner. On 17 November, the government was to submit all the supporting documents to the Commission for their decision. This could take up to 2 months, as was the Commission's practice. In our contacts with them, we had received assurances that the Commission would not start counting the time from the day we submitted the supplementary documents, but from an earlier date. But this was an uncertainty factor that neither we nor any of the business partners had control over. We could only await the Commission's handling of the matter. The documentation we submitted to the European Commission stated that Saab Automobile had not been in financial trouble on 1 July 2008. This was in itself a correct answer, as the question was about the situation on a specific date. At that time, GM had strengthened Saab's balance sheet through equity contributions, which made it relatively easy for us and our advisors to prove the facts. This was an arrangement that applied to GM and Saab for a number of years. When the assets in Saab Automobile's balance sheet were low enough, GM injected new capital to ensure the company's survival. These were the visible parts of the various parallel processes that were going on at the same time. The government's actions and those of the European Commission were public in the sense that the written agreement between us both was a public document. It was therefore possible for outsiders to follow the steps taken in the work. The same was not true, of course, for the negotiations between GM and Koenigsegg, or GM's work to make Saab Automobile independent. And both of these projects took time, largely because they influenced each other. It was difficult to finalize all the annexes to a purchase agreement as long as it was not clear what Saab Automobile's assets and values looked like. This also became apparent when the Koenigsegg Group dropped out and Spyker came into the picture. It actually took another 3 months of tough negotiations between GM and the buyer before all the details were finalized. Koenigsegg Group had stated on a number of occasions that the work was taking too long and that they had a limit for when they felt they could no longer continue. However, that limit was not precisely timed for us who worked with them. We could of course understand that limited resources also contributed to making time a critical factor, especially given the enormous legal resources required to complete the deal. Although they had mentioned that November 30 was such a date, we had previously heard that September month out and October month out were marked without anything happening when these months ended. It certainly did not mean that we ignored them or did not take their request to speed up the processes seriously. We did everything we could on our part to push both ourselves and the institutions we worked with. But we could also see that with each passing week, progress was made and the deal closing was getting closer. Therefore, it was with sincere surprise that we received the news from Audie Fabla on Monday, November 23, 2009, that the group had decided to drop out of the deal. We had been in contact over the weekend where we went through possible time schedules because Audie wanted to update himself on how all the processes were going. When the news came, we of course tried to urge him not to give up now when there was still real progress in the negotiations. But they had really made up their minds and spent Tuesday informing those who needed to know before the dropout later became public. Above all, it was the lack of a mutually agreed end date that had made the Koenigsegg Group feel like they were constantly working uphill. And I think that is also one of the lessons that can be learned from the work this autumn. Although it is very difficult to set a date for the authorities to handle individual cases with certainty, it would have really made it easier if the Koenigsegg Group, GM, the government, and the EU Commission had been able to work based on a jointly agreed timeframe. A significant difference was seen in this regard when Spyker later came into the picture. But Koenigsegg Group made a financial assessment of the deal that I think they should be given all credit for. Their assessment at this point was quite simple. The longer it took before the deal was completed, the later the launch date of the next Saab 9-5. And the more it was delayed, the bigger the financial hole in the business plan that contained a clear calculation of the number of vehicles sold in 2010. When this could not be achieved, the revenue gap in the business plan became too large, which meant that they no longer believed in their own business plan, and so they suffered the consequences of this. I think a contributing factor to the choice of date was the approaching Thanksgiving weekend in the USA. It was to fall on Thursday, November 26, and is perhaps most similar to our Swedish Christmas holiday. It is a time of year when families get together, people travel long distances to be able to spend time with family and friends. For example, Enrico Di Girolamo from GM had traveled from his home in Switzerland to Detroit to be able to spend time with his parents and other relatives during this weekend. Both Audie Fabla and Melissa Schwartz had been in Sweden and Europe for a long time and were longing to be home to their respective families. I guess when they still felt it was hopeless to save the deal, it was best to end it so they could get home in time for the weekend celebrations. Media commentary on the outage was pessimistic. Disappointment at GM, there is no salvation for Saab, now GM intends to close down Saab, shock news. Saab deal is cancelled. I spoke to GM during the day to better understand how they reasoned in this situation. There was of course great disappointment about the defection, but they needed to take a few days to analyze the situation before they decided what to do next. Outwardly, they placed the entire blame for what happened at the Koenigsegg Group. It is 8 Dagens Industri 24 November 2009. 9 at 24 November 2009. 10 FS Velden 24 November 2009. 11 Göteborgs Posten 24 November 2009. Maybe that's how it works. A large corporation like GM reluctantly takes responsibility for interrupted negotiations if they themselves don't keep the pace. And they wouldn't have done that here, at least not when it came to the interruption. But I also think that there was a great deal of personal disappointment among several of the people directly involved within GM. After all, it would be a big feather in their cap for them personally if they managed to complete a sale of Saab automobile. Now that opportunity had burst, and the only thing they really knew was that GM's patience with Saab was about to run out. It had already been decided earlier that it was the end of the year that applied, and with just over a month left in the year, which also included the Christmas and New Year holidays, the situation hardly felt overly hopeful. We continued to maintain very close contact with GM. It was not possible to rule out that there might be one of the other bidders who had been involved earlier in the process who was now willing to resume negotiations. But what was needed above all was a clear message from GM, partly that they were willing to make another attempt, partly that they believed in one of the previous ones, and partly that they were prepared to return to interested parties that they had rejected just a few months ago. I said in an interview at this time that all hope was not yet lost, and that the government intended to do everything it could to persuade the owner GM to take positive responsibility for Saab. And it was precisely my intensive contacts with GM that made me think I had grounds for such a comment. After all, it felt as if they were prepared to make another attempt. We had previously, just before the deal was cancelled, information that GM had a board meeting scheduled for December 1, 2009. In addition to many other important issues, GM itself had gone through a very difficult time with reconstruction, so the idea from the beginning was that the Saab deal would also be an item on the agenda. For us, it was a given opportunity to meet with GM's top management and have the opportunity to share our views on the continued work. We therefore decided to go to Detroit to be present on site and immediately began booking the meetings we deemed necessary. A thrilling day, a small delegation from the Swedish government flew to Detroit for a couple of days of intensive meetings with GM. It was myself, Hans Lindblad from the Ministry of Finance, and some officials from the Ministry of Enterprise and Industry. I myself flew in over the weekend and had time to pre-record a segment for Sveriges Television's news program, Agenda, which was broadcast on Sunday evening. GM's board meeting was scheduled to begin on Monday evening, November 30, and then continue through Tuesday, December 1. It was the kind of strategic board meeting where members could discuss fairly candidly in the evening and then work through the predetermined agenda on Tuesday. We had several meetings scheduled during the days we were in Detroit. We naturally wanted to meet Nick Riley, who was relatively newly appointed but not yet in office as GM's European head. I had had the privilege of meeting him a little earlier to give him an update on the deal. Riley had his background in GM's international business outside Europe and at this time needed to familiarize himself with both Opel's operations in Europe and the Saab deal. We naturally also wanted to meet Fritz Henderson, GM's CEO, whom we knew well from before. After all, he was the one who alone could decide Saab's future fate. Fritz was a man who knew Saab well and who was analytical. Even though we sometimes had different opinions, he was always easy to talk to. And there were a number of close associates of both of them whom we were going to meet to go through the situation for Saab in detail after the deal with Koenigsegg was terminated. GM retains Opel. A very unexpected thing had happened earlier, in November. The long-running sale of Opel to the Russian-Canadian consortium S. Burbank Magna was well advanced when the German Chancellor visited the United States in the very first days of November. Among other things, she made an acclaimed appearance before the American Congress and discussed important matters with President Obama. Among them was the ongoing Opel deal. The German delegation believed that there was support for a sale of Opel at the very top of the American administration. When Merkel had boarded the plane back to Berlin, GM's board suddenly decided to cancel the deal. They simply chose to keep Opel in GM's ownership. The news hit like a bomb when Angela Merkel landed in Germany again and outraged virtually all parties involved, at least in Europe. The German Minister of Industry and Trade made a statement and said that Germany would now demand back the bailout loan it had given Opel in order to survive while the sale was taking place. The union was strongly critical and had already clearly indicated earlier that GM was an unsuitable owner of Opel. There is of course much speculation about what was the real reason for GM's change of course. I believe it was a combination of GM's new management. Virtually the entire board had been replaced during the summer, being afraid of Russian ownership of Opel with complicated intellectual property issues as a result, and that things were simply starting to go better for the company again. There was no immediate economic reason to get rid of Opel at any cost. In addition, Opel was responsible for much of the technical development that GM would need. We certainly did not want to end up in the same situation as Merkel, namely to go to Detroit and on the way home receive news that GM had decided regarding Saab in a way that we had not been informed about in advance. And we certainly had no intention of discussing the closure of Saab with GM's management. Our purpose with the trip was to be able to convince GM of how far the various regulatory processes had come. This was so that they would see that a deal was really not that far off. Of course, we also wanted to try to understand how they reasoned in the situation that had arisen. Above all, we wanted to make sure that it was possible to obtain an additional deadline for Saab so that a sale of the company could really be fully considered. I had daily telephone contact with Enrico Di Girolamo. He had been home in the US for Thanksgiving and had taken the opportunity to update his managers on the work with both Opel and Saab. In the case of Opel, his assignment was to negotiate with a number of European governments about loan guarantees for Opel's operations. He had also been Saab's chairman for some time, and the board was heavily involved in the company's cash management with weekly reconciliations of liquidity. Saab had left the legal reconstruction in August, and GM had set aside a certain amount of money that would be enough to run Saab until a sale was completed. Alternatively, the money would be used to ensure that Saab could be wound up in an orderly manner. Therefore, they had calculated exactly how much a winding up would cost and how long it would take if the attempt to sell the company failed. At least that amount of money would always remain on the balance sheet, and therefore it was now Saab's CEO Jan Ake Johnson who personally certified all invoices and was responsible for ensuring that the daily finances followed the plan. It so happened that while I was on a plane to Detroit, Enrico was at the same time on his way in the opposite direction, to London, where meetings were pending with the British government regarding Opel/Vauxhall. We therefore never had the opportunity to meet physically in Detroit, but did speak to each other on the phone on several occasions. We decided to meet in Brussels later in the week to settle the situation regarding both Saab and Opel. Nick Riley and himself were to participate in a lunch discussion with the ministers in the Competitiveness Council to explain Opel's future. We immediately noticed when we met Nick Riley and his staff on Monday in Detroit that something was wrong. He was nervous, his eyes were darting around, and he was unusually brief in his answers to our questions. We went over the situation, we described what we expected from the GM board meeting, and he answered as best he could. But our impression was that we were talking to a European CEO who was clearly under pressure. Our meeting in the afternoon ended with us setting new times for meetings, and then we parted ways. On this particular trip, we had deviated from our usual pattern of staying at the Dearborn Inn just outside Detroit. It was a hotel founded by Henry Ford and built at the airport he had built near his factories in Dearborn. Eventually, the airport had moved, and where the runway had been was now Ford's proving ground. In other words, Dearborn was Ford country with lots of Ford facilities and a given place to stay when the main reason for the visit was Ford and Volvo. It was also in the right direction from Detroit when going to the Ford Motor Company headquarters. Now we were instead staying in central Detroit, downtown, close to GM's magnificent headquarters Renaissance Center and Detroit's large exhibition area Cobo Center. We had checked into the Doubletree Guest Suites Hotel, which was a nice hotel located in the middle of a number of industrial properties. Sort of like being close to the center, but still feeling like living in a backyard, if the expression can be understood. It soon turned out that a number of journalists were also staying at the hotel, among them TV4's then U.S. correspondent Jens B. Nordstrom, who was sent to Detroit to follow the events. In other words, we had to think about where we sat and what we talked about at breakfasts at the hotel. We meet Victor Muller. In the week since the Koenigsegg Group had backed out of the deal, emails and text messages had poured in from various potential interested parties. Not all of them were serious, but there were also a few new interested parties that we hadn't seen before during the process. One of those who contacted us the most was a person named Victor Muller. He was the CEO and owner of Spyker Cars, a sports car manufacturer that we had seen at car shows but hadn't really responded to. He informed me that he would be in Detroit in the first few days of December and therefore wondered if he could meet us and introduce himself. After a number of exchanges of emails and text messages, we decided that it might be worth a try after all. So it happened that we met Victor Muller on Monday evening in the lobby of our hotel. We had not been able to book a special meeting room, and our purpose for this meeting was to let him tell us about himself in an informal way, so we had not considered it necessary to book a room. There was no mistaking who he was when we returned to the hotel. A tall, obviously Dutch man with round glasses and a pinstriped suit that didn't fit him too well. His English accent was exactly the kind that many Dutch people have. He greeted us and immediately introduced himself as the man who would save Saab. We had heard this before from other interested parties, and if Victor thought it would impress us, it was almost the opposite. That type of opening, we had learned, meant that we had to pay special attention to the rest of what he had to say. He described that he was in Detroit to make engine deals with GM for its sports cars. He claimed that he had experience from negotiations with GM and knew exactly how to handle them in order to get his way. He briefly described his company, and he went into what he thought of Saab and its future. Saab was a brilliant company that had been completely mismanaged by GM. If only Victor Muller could take over, Saab would once again become a world brand. He didn't immediately see any economies of scale between Saab and Spyker, but thought their genes were a good match. We explained why we were there and how we were working on the Saab issue. To tell the truth, it was mostly Victor Muller who did the talking. The words just flowed out of him, and he seemed to be talking both inhaling and exhaling. We listened to him kindly and then ended our meeting by deciding that we would continue to stay in touch. When he left, we looked at each other in surprise and asked ourselves what it was that we had just been through. It was as if a kitchen hood had passed by, right where we were sitting. We realized almost immediately that this was a person we had to do a special analysis of to see what he was up to. We had met some so-called speculators in the automotive industry before who sounded very serious and credible, but later turned out to be exactly the opposite. Here instead we had met a person who gave an incredibly forced and almost nervous impression, but who perhaps still had a serious interest in Saab. Could it be possible that this man could muster what was needed to buy Saab automobile from GM? Continued meetings with GM on Tuesday. Our meetings with GM continued. We still felt a tense atmosphere that we assumed came from the pressure that the entire GM must have been under to deal with its major problems. We had also noted through our contacts with the American government a growing impatience with the pace of change within GM. The main owner, the American Treasury Department, was of course under pressure to achieve results in order to get back the taxpayers' money as quickly as possible and to be able to exit the automotive industry. If that were to succeed, GM's management would really have to be able to show that development was going in the right direction and that the concrete action plan was being implemented, preferably faster than planned. In this context, Saab was a minor problem. Saab no longer cost GM any more money after the amount had been set aside to liquidate the company. However, we learned through our various meetings that GM was constantly calculating how the total loss for Saab would be as small as possible. GM knew exactly what it would cost to liquidate dealers, to close factories, and to write off old receivables. The question was whether there was any additional financial upside in the form of proceeds from the sale of the company and repayment of debts. When it came to the dealers, which were the single heaviest cost in a liquidation, a great deal had already been achieved through GM's own reconstruction. There, a large part of the North American dealer network had been closed, and it was precisely in the USA that these were a major financial commitment. It was associated with large claims for damages simply to terminate agreements entered into for guaranteed deliveries of cars to dealers. Through the restructuring, many of them had been forced to agree to settlements that made these commitments significantly cheaper for GM. Simply put, the calculation was about whether there could be any additional revenue that would reduce the loss. Otherwise, GM already knew how big the loss would be if Saab were to close. Therefore, it was important for us to be able to make it likely that a sale of Saab could be carried out so quickly and smoothly for GM that such a solution would be a financial advantage for them. That it would not just mean that an inevitable decision to close was postponed to the future. If we had noticed any nervousness in the GM management on Monday, it was nothing compared to what we now clearly noticed during Tuesday's meetings. Nick Riley was, if possible, even more distant and his eyes were wandering, and Jan Ake Johnson was subdued and withdrawn. "You can ask Nick about what's happening." We reminded Nick of our promised meeting with Fritz Henderson, but he didn't even respond. It was obvious that something serious had happened, but we were pretty sure it wasn't about Saab. On the contrary, when it came to the Swedish brand, Nick Riley said briefly, "We will have another month to evaluate the interested parties and their bids, then we will decide on a sale. If such a sale is not possible, Saab will be closed down." The Renaissance Center was almost completely occupied by Swedish journalists these days. Wherever we turned, there was always someone who wanted answers to their questions. We realized pretty quickly that if we were going to have any peace of mind at work, we had to get our contacts with the media under control. We decided to hold regular press conferences in the building at certain times. This naturally arose after the clarification of GM's position on Saab's future. We reviewed the situation together with Jan H. Johnson, tried to interpret the information we had received, and decided to give a jointly positive picture of the decision. This meant that Saab had more time and that GM would make another serious attempt to sell the company. Jan H. Johnson was going home to Sweden that evening and was in a hurry to get to the airport. He therefore had to start the press conference and then rush off. After that, I held a press conference followed by several individual interviews. Virtually all the important Swedish media were there. Television, radio, news agencies, the major daily newspapers, evening the press. The government's message, which we also had time to coordinate with the Minister of Industry and Trade by telephone before the press conference, was clear. We have been pushing GM to see if there were other bidders, and we are glad they complied. We had asked GM what they usually did after their board meetings, if they held a press conference or provided information in some other way. We also described to them what we intended to do, not least due to the large gathering of Swedish journalists on site. They had no objections to that and explained that they normally did not hold their own press conferences, but rather used to send out press releases where the most important decisions were communicated. They also described to us how GM intended to formulate its communication regarding Saab. Fritz gets fired. We were therefore surprised when we saw a small, almost inconspicuous sign posted in one of the crosswalks down by the restaurant section of the Renaissance Center. It simply said GM press conference, along with an arrow showing which direction to go. We realized that it would probably be good to be represented in order to be in the room listening to what GM had to say. At the same time, it would not be appropriate for me to have gone there and listened. Therefore, we decided that the press secretary, Frank Nilsson, would go there. Just before the start of the press conference, Frank sent me a text message. "Things are happening here. Rumor has it that Fritz has been fired. I'll be back as soon as I know more." I had heard the rumor earlier in the day, but didn't really believe it. The rumor also said that the evening meeting on Monday had been candid, as they say in diplomatic language. Fritz had been present for part of the meeting, but not for the whole one. The new board needed to talk together about strategies and how to act in the new situation that GM found itself in. My rumor spreaders also told me that Fritz had understood where things were headed and then himself suggested that he should resign. Still, I had a hard time believing these rumors. This was mainly because Fritz was one of the few in management who knew GM inside and out. As CFO, he had had control over the entire business, even though Swede Bo Anderson, in his role as global purchasing manager, had been responsible for the single largest budget. Boss had now left GM in June 2009 when Fritz became the new CEO. Perhaps as a result of Boss himself not getting the job, he had fought a number of internal battles in management during his years in Detroit. In any case, Fritz had become CEO and an experienced person was now running the company. And at the same time, that was perhaps precisely the big problem, that Fritz was too burdened with the old GM to be the one to drive through the major changes expected of the new GM. We received a new text message from Frank Nilsson. "It's confirmed. Fritz is quitting. Now we have to plan our own press conference with the Swedes." The rest of us in the Swedish delegation had moved to one of the bars in the Renaissance Center to finally relax with a beer after a hectic day. We decided to watch GM's press conference from there on TV and wait for Frank to join us. It was a strange press conference. GM's chairman Ed Whittaker steps onto a small podium with a piece of paper in his hand. He reads out a pre-written communique explaining that Fritz has resigned as CEO and that he, Ed Whittaker, is temporarily taking over the CEO position. At the same time, the recruitment of a new CEO is to begin. Then he says briefly, "As you all understand, it has been a difficult day for all of us. I will therefore not answer any questions and hope for your respect for that." And then he thanked him and left. When Frank Nilsson returned, we had time to talk for a while about what had happened and prepare our comments. Then I held another, very improvised, press conference with the Swedish journalists who were still in the building. After that, we all made our way back to our hotel. A dizzying and truly very special work day was finally over. Is it going to end like this? During our meetings with Nick Riley in Detroit, we had also made contact with Scott Mackey, who was an employee at GM's head office. On Tuesday, we received information that GM had made some personnel changes. Enrico Di Girolamo would be allowed to concentrate on Opel, but continue as chairman of the board of directors of Saab. Scott Mackey would be the one who took over operational responsibility for the sale of Saab. We therefore decided to go through the entire arrangement with Scott on Wednesday before we went back to Sweden again. This was so that Scott would get the whole picture clear as quickly as possible and be able to start his work with full power. It was a good briefing. Scott was careful to write down the entire flow chart with the different processes, the Swedish government's possibilities to assist in the deal, and he also explained to us what GM's financial conditions for a sale looked like. We left him with the certainty that we would continue to keep in close contact. All the while, Victor Muller continued to chase us. He accidentally ran into us in the lobby of the Renaissance Center. He sent emails, text messages, and called to check on our whereabouts, how things were going, and if he could get new meetings. We kept referring him formally to GM and Deutsche Bank and explaining that once they decided to negotiate with him, we were prepared to sit down with him and his advisors as soon as possible. We were also surprised that Aji Fabla had contacted us and wanted to know if he could meet us when we were in Detroit. We had had a nice closing dinner with him, Melissa and Christian, before they left Sweden at the end of November. There we were able to go over what had happened together and better understand their motives and background for leaving. In any case, it was good to clear the air after all the different trips we had shared during the course of the deal. When Aji Fabla then read in the media that we were going to Detroit, he contacted us and absolutely wanted to meet us. So it happened that we met Aji and Melissa at our hotel in Detroit before we left town. Aji was living in Florida and Melissa in Washington, but both had traveled to Detroit for this meeting. They were curious about our contacts during the days in Detroit and what had been said on various occasions. We asked them if they had regretted it and were prepared to resume negotiations, but they were not. It was probably because they wanted to protect their rights vis-a-vis GM. If a new interested party came in and took over the negotiations, there might be some agreement between the Koenigsegg Group and GM that could generate some compensation for all the time and costs the group had spent on the deal. I landed at Arlanda on Thursday morning, December 3rd, with the plane from Detroit via Amsterdam. The same flight, as it later turned out during the Christmas holidays, was involved in a bomb attempt when the plane flew the other way. A bomber was arrested shortly before the plane landed in Detroit. Such events are of course unpleasant when they happen, but they are also nothing to be afraid of. Despite everything, flight security has been significantly improved since the attacks of September 2, 2001. As I said, I landed in the morning, a quick trip home to my apartment to shower and repack. Then a quick trip to Bromma Airport, where a government plane was waiting with the Minister of Trade and Industry and some colleagues. About 2 hours after I landed at Arlanda, the government plane took off from Bromma for Brussels. We were going there for a ministerial meeting in the EU Competitiveness Council, chaired by Maud Olofsson, during the autumn. In the evening, I had a meeting with Enrico Di Girolamo at GM's office in Brussels. We went over the developments in the Saab deal, but also had time to prepare GM's presentation to the ministers over lunch the next day. I also wanted to get Enrico's description of Scott Mackey and his role in the continued work. Merbanco and the competition. We had already learned in Detroit that there were obviously some interested parties who were prepared to make new bids for Saab. Among them was Spyker Cars, led by Victor Muller. We had told GM that it would be best for us if GM could decide fairly quickly which of the interested parties they would prefer to proceed with, so that we could focus our efforts on making a thorough analysis of the selected interested party. But GM had always made sure to keep several balls in the air throughout the deal. Above all, of course, I learned that for political reasons, if someone felt that they had the exclusive right to negotiate, GM's ability to put pressure on the negotiations was reduced by being able to play off stakeholders against each other. It was also an element that I felt GM had lacked in the protracted negotiations with Koenigsegg since they signed their MOU. However, for us it was especially important to speed up the process now, given the extremely short time remaining until the end of the year. We realized that Spyker Cars was the most likely main interest, so our main focus was on investigating their background, but we also did some basic analysis on a few other interested parties. One of them tried in every way to make his presence known, both through the media and by text messages and emails to us. It was Merbanco from Wyoming with Chris Johnston as spokesperson. As I described, they had been involved in an earlier stage of the deal, but had already been rejected by GM once. Now Chris Johnston tried in every possible way to come back again, but we never saw any concrete offer from him. His communication instead was that it was the Swedish government that could save Saab, and that he was the one who could save them once we had paid what was needed. After much pressure, we told him that we were prepared to listen to him if he came to Stockholm. Then he suddenly demanded that we pay for his travel, and he asked on several occasions if he could travel to us on our behalf. When we investigated the matter more closely, It turned out that both his company and he himself had gone bankrupt during the year. We confronted him with these facts, and then he replied cheeky, "Oh, I forgot to inform you about that." After that, we didn't bother him anymore, even though he continued to stress Saab employees and union representatives with his constant propaganda that he was the one who could save the company. Spiker cars under review, so we focused on Spiker cars. Although GM had not yet formally decided to negotiate exclusively with them, which they then made public on December 15 that they had, we could see from GM's actions that it was Spiker cars that was the issue. Our investigations consisted of several stages based on different sources. It was of course most important to understand the company's finances and long-term strength. In this context, the ownership structure was also important and how it was constructed, not only in the first stage, but also in the second and preferably further stages. Many companies have structures with holding companies and cross-ownership in several stages, which it was important for us to have a clear picture of. We wanted to be sure of where the money actually came from. Spiker Cars was a listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, so much of the information we needed could be obtained through official channels. But the Swedish National Debt Office also obtained supplementary information. Among others, from the consulting firm Kroll, who was assigned to take a closer look at a certain Vladimir Antonov, who turned out to be the main owner of Spiker Cars through his company Converse Group. We naturally wanted to make sure that there was nothing in the background that would make a sale to Spiker Cars impossible. And the information we found by consulting official sources revealed many issues that we needed to shed further light on. What about Spiker Cars' own business? What did various financial authorities say and not say? Why was the company always making a loss? What was the situation with Converse Group's various banking transactions? Why had Vladimir Antonov's father been shot earlier in the year? Yes, there were many questions. The information we received was worrying to say the least. A tangle of problems with authorities, lawsuits, unpaid debts, and suspicions of criminality did not immediately make us more positive. Kroll's reports reinforced the picture of Vladimir Antonov's troubled background, a picture that Antonov consistently maintained was incorrect. We knew that Antonov had disputes with the British financial authorities. He had a long line of deals behind him that could be perceived as directly mafia-like, with buyouts and mergers of banks. He appeared in Russian newspaper articles with a long-standing fight with Russian central authorities. There were rumors of threats and deaths with mysterious backgrounds that were linked to him. There was no stopping the negative image that was given of him as a person. We really needed to go further and use multiple sources to double-check information and clear up any questions. Victor Muller himself had bought a Formula One team in England and then bankrupted it. At first glance, it looked as if he had drained the English company of its money, which would not have been so strange considering Spiker Cars' perpetual losses. But a more likely version of the story was that he really believed he would get the company in order and be able to compete in Formula One with it. In fact, the venture had come very close to dragging Spiker Cars down with it. It would be incredibly difficult to claim that we would provide government guarantees to a buyer if he was involved in criminal activity. Yes, that was even out of the question, which we made clear to Victor Muller. We pointed out to him that it was his business to sort this out in a way that made it possible for him to continue the discussions. Since the timetable was tight, we happened to share information that we had obtained with GM at the same time as the negotiations between the parties continued to intensify. Scott Mackey was constantly in touch and informed about the situation, and we told him about our work. A government guarantee was a prerequisite for the transaction to be completed, so it was important that GM could also follow how we were working in order to have time to finalize our positions. At the same time, it could be that GM found something of value for us in its work. The signal from Scott was clear. GM had no reason to do anything other than negotiate the deal fully, and it moved forward in a positive way. There were a couple of very intense weeks in early December when all this happened at the same time. We met regularly with Victor Muller, and he changed his style from initially wanting to brush off all the questions to methodically working through them and trying to find solutions. In this way, he gave an increasingly serious impression. The man seemed to have a lot of energy and was constantly sending messages about how things were going. Occasionally, there were also cries for help when he thought his negotiations with GM were going slowly. And his language was constantly a mixture of correct business language and rather crude outbursts. "These men are killing me," he could say in comments to GM's negotiators, or even worse. "Don't eat breakfast with that man, he eats like a pig," as he vividly described a breakfast meeting with one of GM's emissaries. In any case, it was refreshing in a way with his entry onto the stage. BAIC is in touch. One person who contacted us during this time was Dazeng Wang, CEO of Beijing Automotive Industry Holding Corporation. He had been closely involved in the deal through the arrangement with Koenigsegg Group AB, where his company would become a partner in exchange for buying previous Saab models. Now he wanted to know what was happening and asked me if there was anything he could do. I explained the situation to him and suggested that he make a number of active contacts to see if they, BAIC, could contribute to a constructive solution. We had understood that a pure sale of Saab automobile to them was not possible for various reasons. But perhaps it was possible to use the opportunity to speed up the deal with Saab models and the purchase of manufacturing tools, which was the idea behind the agreement with Koenigsegg Group AB. Dazeng was of course no fool, as he realized that he now had a chance to make a good deal. His need was to get hold of the current Saab 9-5 and the previous version of the Saab 9-3 and the tools and drawings for them in order to quickly move the production of these models to China and his growing company. BAIC had strong growth plans for the fast-growing Chinese market, and buying relatively modern car models would give him an advantage in the fight for market share. But Dazeng Wang did not just describe these plans. He also had further plans for an in-depth collaboration between the companies, and he was particularly impressed by the expertise in the Swedish automotive cluster. In a future when BAIC would be ready to be introduced on the European market, this could be to the advantage of Swedish industry. We reasoned and approved his plans. Just before Christmas, a deal could also be presented. BAIC would pay $200 million USD, or approximately 1.4 billion SEK, for these models, and were prepared to deposit the money urgently into Saab Automobile's account. From our point of view, this was a very good solution. It provided a substantial cash boost to Saab's coffers, and thus greater opportunities to work on a sale of the company for a few more weeks. At the same time, an in-depth collaboration between BAIC and Saab Automobile gave hope for continued collaboration that could benefit the Swedish manufacturer on the Chinese market. GM stops the deal. Since we had constant contact with GM, it was not surprising when Scott Mackey called us on the evening of December 17th and wanted to talk about the negotiations. But his voice was unusually subdued and considerably more serious than usual. He had important information to give us and promised to call us again when his plane had landed in Stockholm, as he was on his way here. Late in the evening he called again. "I have something very important to tell you. The negotiations with Spiker Cars cannot be continued. Unfortunately, they must be terminated, and that immediately. We have received orders from higher up that it is no longer possible for us to continue. I want us to meet early tomorrow morning, and I will give you and Hans Lindblad full information on the matter. But absolutely do not say anything to anyone. You are the first to know this. Not even Victor or Jan Ake know anything yet. I will call Victor and explain the situation. It came as a shock. Cancel the negotiations now." A week before the Christmas holidays, when all the information so far had breathed optimism and progress in the negotiations, when all further investigations pointed to the question marks that existed being cleared up one by one, we decided to meet early the next morning at the Ministry of Finance on Drottninggatan in Stockholm. At 6:30 on Friday morning I arrived at Drottninggatan. The night had not been particularly long. Hans and I had talked through this since we received the information, and I had also had a conversation with the Minister of Trade and Industry about the critical situation. We decided to wait for the morning's more complete information before we acted. It was still so late, around midnight, that there was no reason to take any external initiatives. However, I had spent an hour or so during the night thinking about the very next steps that needed to be taken once we knew more. I met Scott Mackey outside the coffee place, near the Ministry of Finance's premises on Drottninggatan. We had both arrived earlier than planned, and Scott had time to tell me while we had a cup of coffee. So we went up to Hans Lindblad's office, where Scott once again told the whole story. That GM's management now had reason to call off the deal. Of course, he also went through the arguments why in detail. The public argument was that there would not be enough time to complete the deal before the end of the year. But of course there were also other arguments that were described to us. For confidentiality reasons, it is not possible for me to present them in this story. We had no reason to doubt his information, but at the same time we noted that we were not yet completely finished with our analysis work. We could therefore not provide any new information that contradicted Scott's information. However, we were clear that we considered GM's step to be extremely dramatic and wondered if there was no other way to handle this. He stated that this was an order from top management and nothing that he could influence. Once all the details had been gone through, we talked for a while about what would happen next. We of course asked if this was now the end for Saab. We asked about GM's handling of the media and where the various key figures would be. Scott explained that GM's headquarters in Detroit would issue a press release in which Ed Whittaker would make a statement, and that otherwise their press service would answer questions. We questioned this as we perceived an anonymous approach and said that direct contact with management would be required. Later in the day, GM also changed this to a telephone conference in which Ed Whittaker would answer the media's questions directly. Scott also said that Enrico Di Girolamo was on his way to Stockholm and would arrive in the morning. I said that it would be good to meet both of them together with Jan Ake Johnson to discuss the future together. Jan Ake had not yet been informed of this development but would be in the morning. Scott promised to keep in close contact during the morning. We ended the meeting. Hans and I talked through what had happened and concluded that a lot of information activities were required during the day. We were very surprised by this rapid development of events, but realized that there was no time to put too much work into analyses at this stage. Instead, concentrated work was required to inform those who needed to know and to prepare all comments. I explained that the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation was coordinating this work and then went to my office on Mester Samuelsgatten. On the way there, I sent a text message to Maud Olofsson, who had been warned the night before, "Meeting with GM complete. How soon can you be at the ministry?" The brief message read. It was just after 7 in the morning on December 18, 2009. Back at the ministry, I called our Chief of Staff Katharina Hackinson-Baumann, Press Officer Hakan Lind, and Press Secretary Frank Nilsson, the Chief of Staff at the Ministry of Labor Martin Wenberg, and the political expert Anna Bergsten to a meeting at Littorin at 8:30. We were also to keep the leadership of the Ministry of Finance informed about our planning for the day. I outlined the main points of the information we had received from GM and its consequences. We could quickly see that the participation of ministers on site in Trollhättan was required during the day when this was to be made public. Maud Olofsson's program was quickly rearranged so that she could go. The Minister of Labor was at home with the flu, and it was decided, after double-checking with him, that he could not participate. When we had planned all the steps for the day, the rest of the meeting was spent going through how we would comment on GM's actions. We're going to Trollhättan. Getting from Stockholm to Trollhättan at short notice wasn't exactly easy unless it happened to coincide with the scheduled flight that runs between the cities. And this one, of course, didn't. Instead, we had to arrange for a government plane to be booked for the transport to Trollhättan after lunch, where Saab's CEO Jan Ake Johnson would also be offered a seat. This way, we could coordinate our activities so that GM could first hold its press conference by telephone from Detroit at 3 p.m., and the government and Saab management could hold a joint press conference at the Saab factory at 4 p.m. It also gave us time to travel to Trollhättan and talk to people on site about what had happened and the consequences for Saab. Jan Ake Johnson would receive information during the morning, and Scott Mackey and I decided after some contact that I would go to the Grand Hotel at lunchtime and meet Scott, Jan Ake, and Enrico Di Girolamo there, who had gathered to discuss further management. GM's communication during the day would also include saying that Saab would now be closed down, and that was of course something that the chairman of the board and the CEO needed to go through. I could only imagine what the atmosphere would be like at their meeting at the Grand Hotel. On the way out of the ministry to the waiting taxi, I met the TV4 team, who wondered if they could do an interview with me about the ongoing negotiations. They clearly didn't know what was going on, and I quickly explained that I was on my way to a meeting and that they could come back after lunch. In retrospect, I can say that it was a strange feeling to seem completely unmoved towards journalists at the same time as I was going to meet a CEO who was now going to be informed that his company was going to be closed down. It was also quite logical that I met a very, very depressed Jan Ake Johnson when I arrived at the hotel. All the air had gone out of this person who had so completely come to embody hope, opportunity, and positivism. For the first time in the entire time the Saab issue had been relevant, I also heard him express strongly critical views on GM's actions. Up until then, he had been incredibly loyal to his client and had never wanted to hold the owner accountable for Saab's future. On the contrary, I had been surprised by how he had so frivolously tried to place the responsibility in the lap of the Swedish government, but now that had been blown away. He was angry and bitter, and of course extremely frustrated that Saab was going to be closed down on what he thought were loose premises. Enrico and Scott tried as best they could to fend off Jan Ake's criticism. Before we left, we had time to once again check on the day's ongoing handling, especially the many media contacts. Jan Ake and I then took a shared taxi out to Bromma Airport, where the government plane was waiting to take us to Trollhättan. Meeting with the unions once we were on site at the factory in Trollhättan, There were a few hours left before the press conference. Jan H. Johnson obviously needed to inform everyone about what had happened, and the government delegation also wanted time to talk to people and go through the situation together with the union representatives. People were crying. Maud Olofsson went around hugging desperate people. It was one of those moments when there are not enough comforting words, the sadness just has to come out, and it was easy to understand the despair that the employees felt. 1 week left until the Christmas holidays, and then the news of the closure came, when everything finally started to look brighter. We had a briefing together with Annette Hägglund, chairwoman of Unionen, Håkan Danielsson, chairwoman of Sveriges Ingenjörer, and Paul Ackerlund, chairwoman of IF Metal. Also present was the municipal councillor Gerton G. Andersson, whom I had kept informed about our negotiation work. They had all expected to receive positive news about the negotiations and that a solution for Saab would soon be found. Instead, they were met with a completely surprising news about halted negotiations and closure. The atmosphere was naturally subdued, even though none of us really wanted or could accept that it would end this way. We had a very good discussion where we sat waiting for news from GM about their telephone conference and that it was time for the government's press conference in Trollhättan. It was able to take place at 4 p.m. The government placed the entire blame on GM for this turnaround in the negotiation work. Now it was also up to GM to implement the liquidation in a responsible manner. The Minister of Industry and Trade was also able to announce that she had called all parties concerned to a meeting in Stockholm on Monday, directly after the weekend, to discuss the continued work. For the first time in public, Jan H. Johnson also placed the responsibility on GM and tried to explain that it was not an immediate closure, but an orderly winding up that would take several months. However, his spirit was as if blown away. When we later went to Gothenburg to fly back to Stockholm on a regular flight on Friday evening, we all distributed the telephone interviews that needed to be done with various media. I was assigned to take the international ones and did an interview with the New York Times and participated in a live broadcast on CNN via telephone. I concluded that it was a hard blow for Trollhättan, but that the Swedish automotive industry would continue to stand strong even after this negative news. It was only when I entered my apartment late at night that I felt a great emptiness come over me. There was a massive feeling of weight on my shoulders that I had never been close to during the entire period that the Saab affair had been going on. I took a whiskey and sat down in an armchair to digest the day. The affair continues, the hangover of December 19. I woke up on Saturday morning, December 19, with a headache and a very tired body. Everything felt unpleasant, and it was even difficult to get out of bed. It felt a bit like after a very late night and a too early morning, like having a hangover, but it definitely couldn't be because of the one small glass of whiskey I drank the night before. It was the tension of the last few months that was now taking its toll after GM stopped sales and interrupted all work on it. Since Sweden held the presidency of the EU in the autumn, we had talked a lot about the phenomenon of post-presidency depression. That is, the famous emptiness that usually occurs after a particularly intensive period where you have been in focus and responsible for things that have affected many people, and where there has been a lot of media exposure. Within the government offices, we had prepared for what this could be like after the turn of the year when Spain took over responsibility for the EU. Now, I suddenly realized that this must be exactly the feeling I had that Saturday after the Saab deal was cancelled. The newspapers were of course filled with big black, dramatic headlines. Dagens Industri topped it off with a front page that was designed as an obituary. Everyone described what had happened as Saab's death sentence and that an era was now going to the grave. There was of course speculation about why and whether GM had given the true version of the incident on Friday. I thought that if I felt this way, how would Jan H. Johnson feel? I therefore decided to call him. When I had described my condition, he brightened up and confirmed that he felt about the same. He still had a lot of difficulty understanding what had happened and could not understand GM's actions. He was very disappointed, but at that time did not see any positive solution for Saab. In any case, we decided to continue to keep in touch over the next few days. This feeling of emptiness and resignation persisted throughout the morning of Saturday. Then the phone started ringing. I received calls from employees at Saab who said that things really couldn't end like this. I asked one of them, a senior official, during our conversation whether they had ever talked during this entire period about a so-called management buyout, that the company's management would buy it from GM. His answer was short. "We haven't had time to think about that, and it wouldn't work with the current management," he added, and then he developed his thoughts about the management of Saab Automobile AB. Our conversation ended with him promising to seriously examine the issue among his management colleagues. So Saturday passed with a number of calls, both from journalists who wondered what could happen now and from employees and committed people who did not want to believe that Saab's fate was now sealed. When I summed up the day, I concluded that it must have been the shortest post-presidency depression anyone had ever experienced. For me, it had lasted a morning, then the work started again. Cancelled Christmas shopping. I had previously decided that Sunday, December 20, would be the day when I would have time to buy this year's Christmas presents. The Christmas weekend was fast approaching, and I hadn't had a chance to do any shopping until then. But it would soon turn out that things didn't quite go as I had planned. The first call of the day came at 9 in the morning, and then it rang non-stop, and I really mean non-stop, on 3 different phones until 11 p.m. in the evening. I understood early on that there was no point in me going out shopping. I would only have to answer the phone anyway, but I could never have imagined that it would be as incredibly intense as it turned out. I found myself in the afternoon having neither had time to eat anything nor even drink coffee. Unlike Saturday, the calls were now mainly focused on proposing new solutions to save Saab. I spoke to individual Saab employees. I spoke to union representatives. I received calls from several of the stakeholders who had been involved during the trip. I spoke to Jan Ake Johnson. I had several long conversations with Victor Muller, and I spoke to GM. Relatively soon the problem was narrowed down to include the presence of Vladimir Antonov as owner of Saab Automobile. If it could be prevented, GM would probably consider continuing the negotiations again. But the lack of time was more urgent than ever before. The clock was ticking inexorably towards the end of the year, the deadline that GM had set. If there was no agreement, then liquidation was the only possible alternative. Once again I spoke to GM about what they considered to be the most generous alternative. And of course, it was to succeed in carrying out a deal where they could minimize their costs for Saab, and in the best case, even be able to count on a financial repayment after a while. Victor Muller stated during the day that he was not going to give up. He would do what was required of him to be able to give GM a new offer that would be so interesting that they would have to continue negotiating with him again. On Wednesday, December 23, we will go to Troll Hinton and tell them that we have saved Saab. It will be the best Christmas present the employees can get. Later on Sunday, Victor Muller also took a new initiative that was expected for us but which surprised in its design. He simply issued a press release and explained that Spyker Cars had made a new offer for Saab Automobile and that GM now had until Monday, December 21, at 11 p.m. to react to the offer. Our efforts are based on our passion to save a legendary brand that we would be proud to manage, Spyker Cars wrote in its press release. Our surprise, however, was the deadline set. We saw it as a bold move by Victor Muller, but were worried about how GM would react to the initiative. It was not exactly the norm in this whole affair for GM's counterpart to go public and set a deadline for GM's actions. Moreover, it was illogical in the context since it was GM who held the reins since they owned Saab and had decided to liquidate the company. It was not exactly the spurned suitor who set the terms for a settlement. Just as we might expect, Victor Muller was later forced to back down from his unilaterally set deadline. In any case, during this chaotic weekend, new interest in Saab Automobile came to GM, which they declared they would look at, every single one of them. After a new contact with GM late on Sunday evening, I realized that the coming weeks would be more busy than I had thought during a few hours on Saturday morning. The deal continued, but now with several stakeholders involved again. It was also on Sunday that former Deputy Prime Minister Jan Nygren called me to make an appointment to meet. He had an idea about how Saab Automobile could be saved, he said. The end of December was eventful. Jan Nygren had a long and successful career in politics and Swedish business behind him. As former chairman of the Social Democratic Youth Union SSU, former state secretary in both the civil and defense ministries and minister for coordination under Ingvar Carlsson, he was well acquainted with political decision-making. After his political career, he first became CEO of Riksbyggen and then senior advisor and vice CEO of Saab, the defense industry group. Now he was a senior consultant. Jan Nygren was born in Troll Hinton and chairman of the board of Högskolan Väst, and really wanted to try to make an effort to save a historic Swedish industrial company. We met at the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, and Jan told me about his background and what interests he had in finding a solution. He was naturally curious to find out as much as possible about the process and what expectations there might be of new bidders. We went through the different steps, the extremely tight schedule, and what was required of new speculators in this situation. Afterwards, Jan Nygren promised to get back to me with more information. It wasn't long before he got in touch again and wanted to meet again, this time with a number of other Swedes who he said were interested in participating in a rescue operation. We therefore called our negotiating team together and met the group. There were 4 of them, one early evening that week to go over the situation. The group also included Håkan Samuelsson, who had been CEO of the German truck manufacturer MAN, Jöran Kroon with a Saab background, and Lars Karlström, a financier with a variety of business dealings behind him. Once again, we had to explain in detail the expectations, how we viewed GM and their actions, and what was required for GM to even bother with new bids at this late stage. We explained very clearly that we understood that GM was very concerned about the deadline of December 31. We did not believe that a deal had to be completely concluded by then. A lot of work was still needed to be completed, but that any bids had to be ready, and that a new interested party was prepared to largely take over the deal as far as it had come by the end of the year. In principle, signing of a share transfer agreement around the end of the year, with existing documents as a basis. Knew someone among the Swedish interested parties said that he thought it would be enough if one of them met GM together with a couple of lawyers to have time to write a memorandum of understanding before the end of the year, but we declared that this was completely insufficient. Then the gang looked at each other and sincerely wondered how they would be able to afford the legal fees that were obviously required for a deal. We laconically stated that if they could not afford the legal fees, it seemed even less likely that they would be able to afford the deal itself. After a couple of hours of meeting, we parted ways. For our part, it did not feel as if this was any sign that could lead forward. After all, it was Christmas week, and there were less than 10 days left before GM's set deadline was reached. Meanwhile, Victor Muller continued to work on his bid and the attempt to buy Vladimir Antonov out of both Spyker Cars and the Saab business itself. We kept in close contact with both him and Scott Mackey at GM to keep us updated on the ongoing work. For GM, it was a question of whether they would proceed fully with the liquidation of the company and negotiate with the existing stakeholders in parallel. For us, it was important to keep all doors open and to persuade GM to do the same. On Monday, December 21, we also followed up on the meeting we had in Trollhättan a few days earlier. Now it was a question of forming the joint forces and being prepared for rapid action if GM's decision to close down Saab was to be carried out. Maud Olafsson and Sven Otto Littorin met with several representatives of Trollhättan municipality, the Västra Götaland region, Saab Automobile, including the union representatives. It was a good meeting that for the first time managed to handle 2 scenarios simultaneously. Naturally, continued efforts to persuade GM to complete a sale of Saab Automobile, and if this were not successful, a plan for what efforts the various parties would need to make to restore faith in the future of Trollhättan and its residents. On the evening of December 21, the Center Party's ministers and state secretaries were invited to the apartment of Minister of Infrastructure Asa Torstensson for a Christmas party. It was also a way for us to sum up an unusually intensive autumn, not least with the EU presidency. At the same time, it was decided to hold a telephone meeting with myself, Hans Lindblad, Scott Mackey, and Enrico Di Girolamo to have an opportunity to talk through everything that had happened since Friday. For an hour and a half, we carefully reviewed GM's view, how they thought, and our possibilities to contribute in this situation. I was able to emphatically explain how the Minister of Trade and Industry viewed the situation that had arisen, since she was sitting in the same apartment, right next to me, during the entire conversation. Eventually, I was also able to participate fully in the pleasant Christmas party. Victor Muller worked on all fronts at the same time. In addition to keeping in touch with us, he naturally worked hard to resolve the issues that required answers so that GM would take his new bid seriously. And at the same time, he launched a charm offensive against the Swedish media and the employees of Trollhättan to show that he was their savior. It was therefore not surprising, even if we did not fully understand his prioritization of time and effort, when he made a quick visit to Trollhättan on December 22 to meet the company and trade unions. Stefan Lerfvin, the chairman of IF Metal, who was at the meeting, waxed lyrical afterwards and thought that Spyker's plan for Saab Automobile was such that it would hold up. That in itself was a rather interesting assessment because that plan was constantly being revised, and we, like GM, continued our work evaluating it. Furthermore, it was not Victor Muller's plans for Saab that were the big problem, but how these, as well as the purchase of the company itself, would be financed. We had a few more meetings with the Swedish stakeholders before the Christmas holidays began. I myself went to Östersund on Wednesday evening, December 23, and managed to make a number of phone calls during the trip. Stefan Lerfvin wanted to pass on a contact he had in the U.S. Treasury Department. When checked, it turned out to be an employee at a significantly lower level than the contacts we had developed ourselves. The Swedish government had established direct contact with Ron Blum, who was President Obama's special budget officer and the one who ultimately influenced the US government. He was also the one who had the government's contacts with GM. I also managed to talk to Enrico Di Girolamo and Scott Mackey on the way up to Östersund. Otherwise, it was only during Christmas Day that I had no contacts on the matter and could devote it to celebrating Christmas with my children. Immediately after Christmas, we resumed the physical meetings with various stakeholders. The time until the end of the year was short, and it was important to have thoroughly tested all possibilities before the deadline expired. We now understood that the Swedish group could not coordinate its interests without being divided into two stakeholder groups. Lars Karlström sought additional financiers and therefore chose to proceed on his own, while the others continued in the hope of convincing the Swedish government to provide money. It was also the last information I sent Jan Nygren before we parted ways on December 23, that it was useless for them to put their energy into looking for government money because our involvement was limited to loan guarantees. However, the group claimed that they had been in contact with a number of different financiers who had all said that they would of course be willing to help. It was just that someone else went first and took the biggest risk. We were irritated by this fragmentation of the different interests and explained to them that if they wanted to be serious at all and believe they could achieve success against GM, it was high time they could gather their strength and present sustainable ideas for how a takeover of Saab Automobile would go. Another person who suddenly contacted us during the intervening days was Mark Bishop, who now wanted to meet with us to talk about a solution in which he would be involved. We had one of the government office employees meet with him and make it clear that it was out of the question. His trust had been lost both with us and with GM. During the intervening days, we also got a clear feeling that GM's managers were prepared to postpone the time when different bids would be evaluated. Not surprising at all, really. After an incredibly intense autumn, we understood more than well if they wanted to take the Christmas and New Year holidays off to devote their time to other things. It was simply not possible to make necessary decisions during these days, and for them, it was the same. Nothing happened that directly affected their position, and in contacts with us, they had assured us that no practical decisions or efforts that would initiate the liquidation of Saab Automobile would begin until after the holidays. Saab Automobile's operations had also closed, as planned, just before Christmas. There are 2 times during the year when vehicle manufacturers can carry out necessary changes and conversions in the factories. The Christmas and New Year holidays and during the summer holidays. These are the times when companies install new equipment to start manufacturing new models. It was therefore not surprising that Saab operations were closed before the Christmas holidays, although no one could be sure to what extent they would start up again after the holidays. Shortly before New Year's Eve, we received word that GM had formally decided to give the various stakeholders at Saab Automobile until January 7th to submit new offers for the company. For us, this also meant that we would have the opportunity to speak directly with GM's top management in connection with the upcoming Detroit Auto Show in mid-January. We were going there immediately after the 13th weekend. We were therefore given a few more days to contact the various stakeholders, and above all, they were given a few extra days to refine their possible offers to GM, another Detroit Auto Show. Victor Muller worked intensively to find a solution for financing the purchase of Saab Automobile AB. He continuously reported on his work to us, and much of our time was also spent analyzing various scenarios and changes in the business plan for Saab. It remained important to us that the company's cash flow should be made positive, and that the risks that a possible government guarantee could entail for Swedish taxpayers were as small as possible. In addition, such risks should be known and courses of action to completely eliminate them could be described. At the same time, GM, for its part, worked through the basic economics of the various alternatives of sale versus closure of the company. We had learned earlier that for GM it was entirely a question of which alternative had the most favorable or least costly end result. In the background, there were also the demands from their new owners, the American taxpayers via the Treasury Department, not to risk dollars on high-profile deals outside the USA. GM had a tough timetable for how the company would turn its finances around and be able to repay the loans to the US government. For these reasons, the financial requirements for a deal changed on several occasions during these intense weeks around the turn of the year 2009-2010. And these were changes that we welcomed, because the higher the requirement for a cash purchase price, for profitability in the new Saab automobile and for positive cash flows, the better it was for us and for taxpayers. The risks of a deal became less, while Saab Automobile's ability to repay the EIB loan increased. The fact that the company had also been financially strengthened through the sale of tools and drawings to BAIC was another piece of the puzzle that improved the situation. Through our contacts with GM, we had ensured that this was money that remained in Saab and was not being settled in GM's favor. Only one bid was serious on January 7. The deadline for new bids for Saab automobile expired. There were a few of really varying quality. We gained access to them by the bidders letting us see copies of them. One of the bids stood out noticeably from the others. It was Spyker Car's updated bid, which was a comprehensive basis, clearly referred to the pages and paragraphs in the previous draft agreement that had now been adjusted and which gave a very serious impression. For some of the other bids, I can say that the press release that the interested parties sent out in connection with the bid was longer and more comprehensive than the bid itself. It was definitely clear to us that the only bid that was serious enough to form a basis for final negotiations was that from Victor Muller. At the same time, it felt good for us because it was Spyker Cars that we had put the most extensive work into when it came to our own analyses of both the company and their business plan for Saab Automobile. The best thing that can be said about the other bids was that they reflected the time constraints that had characterized their preparation. I am even sure that they had not even been sufficient to qualify for further advancement in the sales process that was carried out in the spring of 2009. There had been many rumors about whether GM actually had a hidden agenda to wind down Saab Automobile. Wasn't the sale of tools to China really about selling the tools for the new Saab 9-5 that was waiting in the wings for production to start? And wasn't it the case that GM was already emptying the company and that the division of Saab Automobile into several subsidiaries that was carried out in the autumn was a plan to sell the parts separately? Over time, our contacts with GM had developed in a positive way, and it turned out on more than one occasion that the information we received from GM was also correct and consistent with reality. Therefore, we could take all the rumors in stride, even if all the press contacts they brought took time away from other tasks. When GM informed us that they intended to use the possibility of Swedish legislation to appoint a liquidator for Saab Automobile AB, we were surprised. We had of course assessed all the different possibilities that the legislation provided, but noted that this step in itself meant that the owner of the company in question gave up important opportunities to influence the continued work. Once the liquidator has been appointed, the board of directors and CEO's responsibility for the company ceases, and thus also the direct ownership influence. Informally, of course, a liquidator has every reason to maintain close contact with the owner, since the purpose of liquidation is to wind up the company, pay all debts, and return the remaining capital to the owner. The Swedish company's registration office is the authority in Sweden that appoints a liquidator, and they appointed Stephen Taylor and Peter Turngren as liquidators for Saab Automobile AB at GM's suggestion. Above all, the measure outraged both employees at Saab Automobile and various observers of the entire process. In that sense, GM lost prestige and some of its credibility when it came to selling the company. However, both Enrico Di Girolamo and Scott Mackey explained to us that this would not affect our continued joint work to really try to achieve a sale. The Detroit Auto Show, we planned a long series of meetings that we intended to hold in Detroit in connection with this year's auto show and arranged the practical details for the trip before I and some colleagues left for the USA on Saturday, January 10. We stayed again in Dearborn at the Dearborn Inn, a beautiful hotel embedded in the various Ford Motor Company facilities. The building itself breathes a rich history, and it was also here that Henry Ford had the first terminal for his own airport built, which was located across the street from where Ford's proving ground is now located. The hotel's breakfast room offers full service, and above all, the in-house chef who faithfully stands at the griddle and prepares waffles, omelets, fried eggs, and other egg dishes cooked to order is a great asset. Another advantage of the hotel is that it is unusual for journalists to stay there. The distance to downtown Detroit and the fairgrounds is too great for that, which is nice when you want to be able to retreat after intense days in the city. Another detail that I have learned to appreciate is the hot apple cider served in the lobby, which warms you up nicely on cold winter days. The North American International Auto Show, or the Detroit Auto Show as it is commonly called, exuded considerably more optimism this year than the year before. Many more exhibitors were on site, and the environmental theme had really made an impact. Almost everyone was competing to be able to show off hybrids or pure electric motor solutions that were said to be on the market within a couple of years. Such statements have always accompanied the electric car discussion, but now it was obvious that various hybrid solutions were actually close to market introduction. We have always participated in various activities during our visits to the trade fair, but this year we chose to stay at the hotel in order to have time to prepare all the meetings we were going to have with the vehicle manufacturers. We had contacts with GM on Sunday and then held several meetings with them on Monday, which turned into an intensive day in a freezing and cold Detroit. Rumors were rife all the time. And the media wanted us to comment on these rumors. Would there be a deal? Hadn't GM already decided to close down? My conclusion from all the various press releases was that GM's new organization meant that employees who commented on constant questions by repeating previously known positions were wrongly presented as giving new information. If there had been any new positions, we would have already known about them. We meet Ed Whittaker. One such incident occurred when we were on our way in the car to the meeting with GM's CEO, Ed Whittaker. Hans Lindblad received a phone call that GM had come out this morning and said that Saab would be closed down. He was rightly upset by the information and thought that the meeting should then be cancelled. "We are not here to negotiate a closure," was his immediate comment. He called a contact back home in Stockholm who agreed with the conclusion. The government representatives would not sit down with GM management to talk about how Saab would be closed down. I asked him to calm down a bit. If there was new information that said that GM had really decided to close down, we would have found out about it, was my attitude. "Let's check out what the real situation is before we cancel any meetings," was my answer. A quick contact confirmed my picture. There had been no changes in positions. The rumor came from an interview during the auto show where Ed Whittaker reiterated what GM had decided before Christmas. We first met Scott Mackey in his meeting room on a floor halfway up the building. We also left our employees there when it was time for us to meet GM's CEO. Together with Scott Mackey, Hans Lindblad and I took the elevator up to Ed Whittaker's office. It was on the 37th floor in one of the side towers of the complex that makes up the Renaissance Center in Detroit. A fantastic entrance greeted us when we got out of the elevator. The CEO's office consisted of a two-story solution, where an open curved staircase took us up to the department with rooms that belonged to the CEO and his secretary. We were shown into Whittaker's room and were immediately struck by the fantastic view of the River Rouge and the Canadian city of Windsor on the other side of the water. Frozen in the ice on the river was a cargo boat that we learned had been there for some time in the cold. Ed Whittaker sat down with us at a table in the nearest part of the room. All the furniture was stylish, as befits a GM CEO, and was made of dark wood. Since Ed Whittaker had recently taken over as permanent CEO of the company, the bookshelves and desks were liberatingly clean of binders, books, and documents. Positive promise of loan guarantees. Ed Whittaker was something of an icon in American business. As CEO and chairman of the board of the telecommunications company AT&T, he had been part of a fantastic success story. Now he had been appointed by President Obama to lead GM to restore the company's vitality and faith in the future. He came from Texas, spoke with a typical Texas dialect, and behaved exactly as you would expect Texans to do. Straight to the point, no frills, and used to straight pucks in both directions. We understood that this was exactly how we would meet him. No paraphrasing or careful embedding of our conclusions, but really being as clear as we could be. After the customary greetings, I thanked him for the kindness of receiving us. I explained that we were well aware of his schedule and his tough task of getting GM's finances back on track. We were just as keen as he was to use the time we had together as efficiently as possible. Neither of us had the time or inclination to waste our time on unimportant matters. I described to him the Swedish government's attitude towards state aid, and that, just like in the US, we believed in a well-functioning market economy. I went through the Swedish support program for the automotive industry and explained that, after thorough analysis, we had concluded that we were prepared to make a positive contribution to a solution for Saab automobile that involved a sale to a new owner. So I delivered the big news to him, which we had prepared at home with the Alliance party leader before we went over to Detroit. That the Swedish government had concluded that we were prepared to provide government loan guarantees for loans from the EIB, and that such a formal decision could be delivered within 24 hours of the time GM gave us a positive signal regarding the sale. Ed Whittaker listened carefully. He described GM's process, explained what was important to GM, looked at Scott Mackey, who was present during the meeting, and asked him, "Scott, if all our puzzle pieces fall into place, the formation you have now received, what advice will you give Saab? Will we sell the company or not?" "Well," Scott began, and with that in mind, no wells or buts, Scott. "I want a clear message, yes or no. What will your advice be?" "Then I'm going to suggest that we sell Saab," said Scott Mackey. Ed Whittaker looked at Hans and me sitting at the table. "Then we'll sell Saab," he explained briefly and concisely. We shook hands and ended the meeting by explaining that we intended to keep completely silent about having met with him to avoid media speculation about the content of the meeting. He shared our position and promised to do the same. We also kept that promise and were met by scores of suspicious Swedish journalists who could not understand at all why we did not tell them about the people we met during our meetings in Detroit. One of them even got so angry that the report to Sweden was that the Swedish government representatives were not allowed to meet any leading people at all during their visit. However, we were more than satisfied with the outcome of the trip and were eventually able to fly back to Sweden. January 26, 2010, finally, we had promised Ed Whittaker that the Swedish government was prepared to make a decision on loan guarantees for Saab Automobile AB at very short notice. There was of course a careful analysis and a lot of studies of financial collateral and stress tests of the business plan behind this position. During the period between the 2 days and the end of January, our days were filled with various briefings, while the whole story of new stakeholders and different offers naturally contributed to increasing the pace of work even more. All the question marks that had previously existed from the EU Commission regarding Saab Automobile's possibilities of getting loan guarantees approved from a state aid point of view had also been straightened out during the winter, even though the formal decision had not yet been made by the EU. All that remained now was the decision from GM to sell the company and the decision from the European Investment Bank to grant the loan to Saab Automobile with the new owner. Quick visit to China shortly after returning from Detroit. I had also traveled to China. I had been waiting for a long time for a go-ahead from the large Chinese agency, the National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, which is perhaps the closest thing to a giant ministry of industry within the Chinese government. I had requested a meeting with them to discuss the deals that were underway in the automotive industry between China and Sweden. Beijing Automotive Industry Holding Corporation, BAIC, had recently announced deals with Saab Automobile, and Zhejiang Geely Holding Co. was in advanced negotiations with Ford to acquire Volvo cars. There was therefore every reason for the Swedish government to meet with our Chinese counterparts to discuss these deals and deeper cooperation between the countries. This request for a meeting had been about to be confirmed earlier, and just before I left for Detroit, a go-ahead came from Beijing. The vice chairman of the NDRC had time to receive me in mid-January. It was a strange trip. I have never been on a more intensive trip than this one. I landed in Shanghai one morning at 9 o'clock. 2-hour drive to Hangzhou to visit Li Shufu at Zhejiang Geely Holding Co., then a press meeting at a hotel in the city, where a group of Swedish journalists were visiting to look at the future owner of Volvo cars. From there, a 2-hour domestic flight to Beijing, where a few more Swedish journalists were waiting for me at the Swedish ambassador's residence. Interviews with them, then dinner with a selection of Swedish business leaders in China. A short night's sleep at the hotel to visit the NDRC early the next morning for a little over an hour of talks with the Chinese government. Then off to a meeting and lunch with Dazhong Wang at BAIC. After that, out to the airport in Beijing to depart back home to Sweden at 2 p.m. all in all. A 29-hour visit to China filled with lots of activities. It was also a trip that provided valuable perspectives on China, and its culture is a special experience that many should be able to share. At the meeting with Dazhong Wang at BAIC, he spoke very vividly about his time in the US, his return to China, and the family book that was in his family. All major families in China keep a family book in which the members of the family are portrayed. The Wang family's family book was about 1,000 years old. It is updated every 30 years, and Dazhong was particularly proud that he, as CEO of the large vehicle manufacturer BAIC, would now have a larger place in the next version of the book that would be published next year. Everything ready on January 25. In the period after the Detroit Auto Show, GM's negotiations with Spyker cars continued to intensify. The new bidders gave up one by one. They could have done so much earlier, but GM, true to its custom, kept all doors open for as long as possible. And Victor Muller worked inhumanly hard to secure its financing and to be able to meet GM's requirements for ownership in the new company. We also understood that GM was naturally using the situation to get the most favorable deal possible for them. During the visit to Detroit, we had received a fairly frank and detailed description of how they calculated the entire deal, the new requirements they set, and how these reduced their financial risks from a deal. But it was decided that the very last negotiations would be completed in Stockholm on January 25, including the signing of the various agreements. Scott Mackey promised to call us so that we could start the process of calling an extra government meeting to decide on government loan guarantees. Since January 25 was a Monday, it was decided on Sunday that this extra meeting would be called early Monday morning. but we never received any go-ahead from GM that it was now time to make a decision. The reason turned out to be that there were still question marks about the ownership structure in Spyker cars that needed a little more time to be resolved. Victor Muller naturally had an extremely busy schedule, and the few messages he gave us were sometimes optimistic and sometimes a warning of disaster. By mistake, or perhaps out of a moment of ecstasy in the negotiations, he leaked a text message to a journalist stating that the deal was close to being finalized and would be finalized on Monday. Later that day, he had to deny this and explain that the negotiations were continuing. After all, the government held its extraordinary meeting at 2:30 p.m. and made one and a few other decisions. Later in the evening, GM got in touch and explained that they were now fairly certain that everything would be finalized the next day, Tuesday, January 26. However, we decided to wait for the call for an extraordinary government meeting until Scott Mackey got in touch with a thumbs-up greeting. In the meantime, we could plan together with GM and Victor Muller how the deal would be presented. That was also important for us. On the one hand, we wanted to be able to plan our own press conference, which would be held as soon as everything was finalized. On the one hand, we wanted to get advance information about what the parties would say, perhaps especially when it came to the decisions on the EIB loan and the state guarantee. Such information was a necessity for the deal to be carried out. Another detail was that Spyker Cars was listed on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, and of course trading in their shares had to be stopped in time before the deal could be announced. This was also done at 2 p.m. on Tuesday. We were told that a press release would come from GM at 5 p.m. Together, we had decided that GM would be the first to come out with one, after which the government would hold a press conference, and then Victor Muller would hold his press meeting. Last in line, GM would hold a press conference in Detroit. The government would hold its press conference in Rosenbad in Stockholm. Therefore, it was decided that those of us who had been most closely involved in the work would be there in the late afternoon in order to quickly review the situation and prepare the press conference. We were now so sure that a positive decision would be made during the day that the government held an extra meeting at 4 p.m. and decided to commission the National Debt Office to complete negotiations on the terms of a state guarantee under certain conditions. The decision was taken, as they say, off the list and was thus ready for publication as soon as the parties could say that the deal was complete. Once again, the timetable was pushed back. Now there was a problem with a document that was to be faxed from Moscow to Amsterdam to certify that the conditions stated in a document were also correct. It had not arrived on time as promised. When the government therefore came out of its meeting, I had just spoken to Scott Mackey on the phone and had to inform the party leaders that everything was not yet ready. My impression was that none of them were particularly surprised anymore. Press, we needed a relatively short notice to call a conference. All the media knew that the deal was now very close to being finalized and kept calling and wondering how it was going. Now we were sitting in a room high up in Rosenbad and waiting. It was Maud Olofsson, myself, Hans Lindblad, H.G. Westberg, Hans G. Pettersson, Frank Nilsson, and Johanna Martin, who could do nothing but await the final confirmation that one of the most intense deals in Swedish industrial history would finally be completed. Finally, at 7 p.m. we received a short call from Scott Mackey. Everything was ready. Start the driving schedule. We immediately called a press conference for the very unusual time of 7:40 p.m. That would suit us well because our comments could be broadcast live on SVT's Rapport. TV was forewarned that a decision was coming, so they had the opportunity to prepare the press conference with cameras and other technical equipment. On January 26 at 7:07 p.m. I wrote a very short post on Facebook. "Lur" was the message. I understood that those who were in the know would understand exactly what I meant by that. So the government, via Maud Olofsson and myself, held a belated but welcome press conference where we confirmed the deal and explained that the government had decided during the day on state loan guarantees for Saab automobile. It was a very well-attended press conference despite the late hour. A moment later it was time for Victor Muller, together with Jan Ake Johnson, to present the deal in a spectacular manner and with undisguised joy from Café Opera in Stockholm. Tired but happy, they were able to describe their visions for the new Saab. Victor Muller also praised the Swedish government. The Swedish government is underestimated. It has had a tough task to get the job done and stay under the radar. It has been criticized but has done a fantastic job, said Victor Muller. The government has been extremely supportive. It has also been consistent and arranged the loan guarantee. The newly formed company was to be called Saab Spyker Automobiles. Victor Muller bought out Vladimir Antonov's shareholding and paid USD 74 million approx. SEK 537 million for the company. This was to be paid in 2 installments. The first by February 15, when the deal was expected to be fully completed, and the second by July 15, 2010. In addition, GM was to receive preference shares worth USD 326 million, or approx. SEK 2.4 billion. In addition, an amount was to be taken from Saab's cash following the deal with BAIC. This was in line with the review we had with GM where they described the arrangement. And it was also a solution that we were satisfied with. The Social Democrats welcomed the deal and described it as an important step for the Swedish automotive industry. But Thomas Eneroth, spokesman for industrial policy, added, just in case, it was lucky that no one listened to Maud Olofsson when she said that we would manufacture other than cars in Trollhättan. Now the work begins. The days after the deal was announced were filled with comments. Of course, most people were satisfied, but there were also those who doubted Saab's ability to turn things around. For us, it was important to emphasize that even though it had been an unusually intense year with many different tours, this was when the real work began. At least for Saab Automobile, for the management and their employees. The automotive industry was still in deep crisis, weighed down by the global financial crisis, which meant that people were holding off on buying new cars. It would be several more months before the curve had turned, and the sales figures for each month were once again better than for the corresponding period the year before. Yet the opposite was true. Sales continued to decline, and Saab Automobile in particular reported negative sales. And that was no wonder. A brand that had been calculated, that had to wait for its new model for several years, and now only had a 10-year-old 9-5 and an almost 6-year-old 9-3 on the model list. In other words, it was high time to turn the publicity around and focus on the new 9-5 that would arrive in early summer 2010, and to show the optimism, the visions, and the mission that lay ahead of the company. But there was also hard work to complete the deal in all its details. First, all detailed agreements had to be finalized together with GM. Second, the EIB had to make a decision on the loan, the EU Commission had to approve the state guarantee from a state aid perspective, and the purchase price would finally be paid to GM. And the government had to make a final decision on the loan guarantee, based on the signed agreements that the Swedish National Debt Office had been tasked with negotiating. On February 12, within the deadline set at the time of the purchase for completion, the Swedish government was able to make a formal decision to assign the Swedish National Debt Office to sign a guarantee agreement regarding a loan from the European Investment Bank to Saab Automobile AB. On the same day, the EIB reported that it had approved the loan of EUR 400 million, which would be dispersed over a 2-year period and would only be used for investments in new technical solutions, not for ordinary operations of the company. Prior to this, on 8 February, the European Commission had announced the conditions for the state guarantee in order to comply with EU law on state aid. At 4:03 p.m. on 23 February 2010, the parties finally announced that the deal had been finalized. All agreements had been signed. Victor Muller had paid the first of 2 payments for the purchase of Saab Automobile AB, and the liquidation of Saab Automobile AB was formally completed. Now the real journey could begin. Detroit, Motortown. To write the story of how Saab Automobile AB got a second chance without mentioning Detroit would be wrong. After all, the city is the symbol of the American automobile industry, and thus also of the development of the car as we all know it. And it has become a city I have learned to like after a number of visits there. Detroit in the state of Michigan is in many ways a typical industrial city, as close to a traditional Swedish industrial town as you can possibly get in the USA. It has been dominated by the 3 big automotive companies for so many years, and their importance to local economic development cannot be overstated. General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler have completely dominated the labor market, not only in the city of Detroit, but also in large parts of the state of Michigan. Many are the families who have been completely dependent on one of the manufacturers for their private finances. And many are the Americans who have been affected when the vehicle manufacturers have struggled and have been forced to make dramatic cuts and close factories. Detroit has had several great times during the 20th century. With the introduction of the assembly line principle at the beginning of the century, Henry Ford not only made it possible for the individual American to buy a car. By mass-producing cars in a production where raw materials were brought in at one end of the factory and finished cars rolled out at the other, prices could be kept at a level that made it possible for the growing middle class to buy a car. This emergence also led to economic growth in Detroit and the surrounding area, and the automotive companies were able to employ more and more workers in their factories. The Great Depression during the 1930s was no exception in Detroit, however, and the streets were filled with people queuing for bread and temporary jobs. But it was also in Detroit that responsible politicians implemented major social programs to alleviate suffering and to be able to turn the tide and get the economy going again. During World War II, the enormous manufacturing industries were needed for the American military, and when production accelerated, many new workers were also needed for the factories. People, mainly colored Americans, moved in large numbers from the American South to Detroit to find jobs, and the factories were running at full capacity. The city, which had been called Motor Town for many years, was given a new name in popular parlance during these years. It became the arsenal of democracy, but rapid immigration did not only mean opportunities. Housing construction did not keep up, and the rapidly growing cultural diversity brought about pure racial conflicts that led to social tensions. In 1943, the city was hit by the first major riots between blacks and whites, with several deaths and the destruction of homes as a result. It would not be the last time that Detroit was put in the spotlight due to such events. After the war, the automotive industry flourished again, and the economy was in full swing. Returning war veterans were absorbed by the automotive industry, new highways were built, and many new residential areas were built. The suburbs of Detroit are typically American, with blocks after blocks of single-story houses surrounded by grid streets and a small driveway to the individual house's extended garage. Through a rapidly emerging union consciousness and activity at the various factories, the employees were also able to benefit from wage growth that was among the strongest in the United States. The working class became middle class and was increasingly better off financially. The entire state of Michigan lies like a peninsula in one of the Great Lakes in the northern United States, Lake St. Clair is closest to Detroit, and in fact, part of Canada curves down south of Detroit like an intestine. Ontario borders Michigan, and separated only by the River Rouge, the city of Windsor is just a stone's throw from Detroit. Over the years, the two cities have been connected by ferry traffic, bridges, and an underwater tunnel that was inaugurated on November 1, 1930. It was an immediate success and contributed to the economic development of the area. After September 2, 2001, and with the new American entry regulations, however, it is now a great adventure to try to travel between the two cities. The checks on documents and permits are rigorous and take ages. This can be said to be hindering an economic integration that would benefit both sides. During the 1950s and 1960s, the renewal and development of Detroit continued. The large coastal areas bordering Canada had for a long time been industrial areas or even completely unused. Many photographs taken from Windsor show Detroit with its traditional skyline. A number of skyscrapers stand out and form what is often called downtown in the United States, surrounded by a widespread flat area. In the early 1960s, much effort was therefore devoted to building modern facilities around the waterfront in Detroit. The large conference complex Cobo Center was named after one of the city's great mayors. The same area also houses the ice hockey arena Joe Louis Arena, which was completed in 1979 and is today one of the oldest arenas in the North American Hockey League (NHL). It is naturally named after the city's great idol, the legendary professional boxer Joe Louis, who lived a large part of his life in Detroit. Joe Louis was the world heavyweight boxing champion between 1937 and 1949. Today, his statue stands at the entrance to Cobo Center. Not far from there, the Renaissance Center rises into the sky. The office complex with its associated hotel was built during the 1970s by the Ford Motor Company, but has been the headquarters and symbol of General Motors since 1996. The center consists of a total of 7 skyscrapers, with the hotel in the middle as the tallest building. From the restaurant at the top, there is a fantastic view of the city in Canada. The increasing immigration of African Americans to Detroit during the economically good years led to increasingly severe social tensions and racial conflicts, which were largely ignored by the authorities. The adoption of federal legislation on civil rights in the mid-1960s did not help much, and major unrest broke out between blacks and whites throughout the United States. The worst riots broke out in Detroit in July 1967. For 5 days and nights, parts of Detroit were practically a war zone with snipers, arson, and vandalism. The result was one of the worst in U.S. history. 41 dead, 347 injured, and 38 arrested. Approximately 5,000 people were left homeless. In total, about 1,300 buildings were burned to the ground during these intense days. In the following decades, the development has been more or less the same. Good times in the automotive industry have meant new jobs and economic prosperity, while declines among vehicle manufacturers have led to economic decline and high unemployment. Because North American vehicle manufacturers have relied on a few best-selling models, competition from foreign manufacturers that have established themselves in the United States has become very tough. This has meant that the state of Michigan has lost about 400,000 jobs in the last 5 to 7 years alone, in a state with a population of about 10 million. Social unrest has remained in Detroit with many criminal gangs and fights between them. For a number of years, Detroit has also distinguished itself as the city with the highest murder rate in the United States. These are mainly committed between rival gangs. However, I have come to know Detroit as a city with both sporting and cultural highlights. Detroit is commonly called Motor Town, or simply Motown for short. And Motown Records emerged as the center of the American music industry during the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. With artists such as The Temptations, The Supremes, Marvin Gaye, The Jackson 5, Smokey Robinson, Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, Commodores, The Pointer Sister, Lionel Richie, and many others, the company developed into an international giant. Visiting the Motown Historical Museum is also a real experience. Berry Gordy, who founded Motown Records in January 1959, came from Ford Motor Co. and brought the running band principle into the music industry. The rather unremarkable villas along West Grand Boulevard that he gradually bought up and transformed into the company's studio, offices, and dance halls tell a fantastic story about a man who started his company with an $800 family loan and grew it into a major global industry. He learned early on that it was more commercially successful to have different bands and genres perform on different record labels, which led to a successful labeling within the company. Providing the different bands and groups with their own typical movements was another success factor. The Supremes moved in one way, the Temptations in another, and the Jackson 5 in a third, all to increase the recognition of the different bands. I can really emphasize that it is a special feeling to go into the original studio, left exactly as it was in the late 1960s when they moved to new premises, and know that it was precisely here that so many well-known hits were recorded. To be able to practice exactly the movements that the Temptations had when they performed My Girl, for example, in the studio. I had long wanted to visit this particular museum and finally got the chance in 2009 to do so. The Detroit Red Wings are one of the 6 teams known as the North American Hockey League's Original Six. Since 1979, they have played in Joe Louis Arena and in recent years have developed into a team with a large number of European, including Swedish, players. The team has won the Stanley Cup 11 times, most recently in 2008. It is truly one of the giants in the NHL. On several occasions, I have managed to combine visits to Detroit with also seeing the Red Wings play a home game in the NHL. It is a wonderful feeling for anyone who likes hockey to be able to attend 12 Detroit Red Wings, Chicago Blackhawks, Boston Bruins, New York Rangers, Toronto Maple Leafs, Montreal Canadiens. Place in this legendary arena and experience the atmosphere. In January 2008, I had the opportunity to see the Red Wings play against the Vancouver Canucks, another Swedish-dominated team in the league. The NHL has had several procedures for a long time before the start of a match, including one where the team's starting lineups line up on the ice before the national anthem is played, a custom that later also came to Sweden. After the match, we were promised the opportunity to go down to the Red Wings locker room and meet some of the Swedish players. We had, of course, equipped ourselves with matched jerseys so that we could collect the autographs we wanted. On the way to the locker room in the corridors under the stands, we were led at a fairly high pace to the home team section. Then we passed Vancouver's Swedish twins Daniel and Henrik Sedin in the corridor. I managed to cheer them on and explain who we were, but our escort was chasing us, so we didn't even have time to stop to get the guys' autographs. It will be a quick meeting that will undoubtedly feel like a snowball fight for us in the delegation. I have sometimes thought about this moment in retrospect. I must admit that I am talking about it with some blushing because none of us who were there felt that it went particularly well. Daniel and Henrik. Please accept my apologies for not even having time to stop and talk to you for a moment. We certainly did not mean to just rush past you, but our guide from Detroit naturally had every interest in pushing us into their own locker room. We got to meet Niklas Lidström, Niklas Kronwall, and Henrik Zetterberg in the locker room and had a nice chat with them about the match and about life in Detroit. The government's success strategy. This story is my story about my experience of the sequence of events that led to Saab Saab getting new owners and thus another chance to continue as a vehicle manufacturer. It came to be a success story after a lot of different turns and many people and organizations involved. In the political debate, it is also part of the fact that those in power like to present themselves and what they do as very successful, while those in opposition like to try to prove the opposite. Regardless of your political starting points, it is important to understand that there was a very conscious strategy on the part of the government throughout the Saab affair. And there is good reason to believe that that strategy and its implementation contributed to the resolution of this issue being as good as it actually was. What was the government's strategy for handling the Swedish automotive industry during what is perhaps its worst economic crisis ever? Firstly, we had learned from the efforts of previous Swedish governments during difficult economic times. During the 1970s, a special bridging policy was developed, the purpose of which was to continue production that was no longer in demand by the market through state-financed efforts until the market demanded these products again. For example, the solution for the Swedish shipbuilding industry was that the shipyards continued to manufacture ships in the same way as before in order to store them in the shipyards until they could be sold again. The only problem was that once the market started up again, there was demand for other types of ships, so the entire effort was largely wasted. For this reason, among other reasons, it was unthinkable for us that the Swedish state, or rather the taxpayers, would step in with large subsidies or even become an owner of any of the vehicle companies. It is not a core task for the public sector to own and operate vehicle companies in a competitive market. It was also important that the measures that the public sector would consider were done in such a way that they did not distort competition or contribute to a rally in state aid between different countries. Therefore, the solution was to strengthen the European Investment Bank, EIB, and to be able to issue state guarantees for loans from the EIB. It was also important to communicate the government's position when necessary to make it generally known and clear, not only to the active stakeholders, but also to the general public. Our starting point was fairly obvious. Saab Automobile AB was owned by GM. It was GM's responsibility to run the company and take responsibility for it until they decided otherwise. And a sale of Saab Automobile was also GM's responsibility. They were the ones who set the terms and who would take a position on a business deal. The government's role was to participate in the process of describing the meaning of a government loan guarantee and to coordinate the various contacts with authorities that such a guarantee required, both within Sweden and at the European level. This was a clearly value-driven strategy. There were clear limits to what the public sector could do, and caring for taxpayers' money always came first. It didn't matter that the opposition and various opinion leaders constantly believed that the government was doing too little or taking too little responsibility for development. Our position was firm and guided us successfully throughout the work. For me, this was a line and strategy that was completely natural, and it felt extra nice that my own minister, Maud Olofsson, was the driving force within the government for this strategy. We held to the line consistently, often returned to it, and over time it also became self-evident to the other stakeholders we had to deal with. GM in particular learned what was important and how they themselves should act with that knowledge as a starting point. It was also a success factor that we put together a steering group for the entire work that included both the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation and the Ministry of Finance. Working closely together at all times and checking the information we had at each ministry was very important. There were plenty of individual stakeholders who were happy to try to play us off against each other, but they had no intention of doing so. During the course of the work, myself and Maud Olofsson gave regular reports on the situation to the party leaders Fredrik Reinfeldt, Jan Björklund and Jöran Hägglund, as well as to the Minister of Finance, Anders Borg. This meant that the government's inner circle was constantly updated on developments and could therefore also feel extra confidence in our ministry's work on the issue. In a coalition government, it is particularly important that all parties involved have the same information, and this was facilitated by our way of working. Such clear values and a consistent approach contributed greatly to the end result. It was also important for us to always stick with the best advisors and to work very professionally. Therefore, we were not satisfied with just the various authorities' documentation and assessments. We hired, and the authorities hired, very capable external consultants and specialists in various areas to ensure documentation. It was especially important to have the financial documentation reviewed and commented on by additional people. When it came to the financial guarantees, among other things, we had several parties evaluate these to be sure that we were not using incorrect calculations. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a big thank you to all those who contributed to the constructive work, often under great time pressure. The opposition made a fool of itself. I wrote at the beginning of the book that in Sweden, compared to most other countries, an almost alien debate was held during the crisis. This particularly applied to the automotive industry. Not least in the USA, there was widespread distrust, sometimes even irritation, that the domestic automotive companies had misbehaved for many years, and above all, had avoided taking the environmental responsibility that was required. To come to the country's political leadership in such a situation with demands for enormous support measures from federal tax money was seen almost as a provocation. It is important to remember that at this time there was widespread fatigue with regard to the administration of the sitting president, but at the bottom there was also an ideological basic attitude that a well-functioning market economy adjusts itself and does best with as few political interventions as possible. Everyone, of course, realized that Michigan in particular as a state had suffered greatly in recent years from structural changes in the automotive industry, with many jobs lost as a result. But the calls to use tax money to save jobs at companies that had not been responsive to market needs were almost ignored by decision makers. Ironically, this was also the case in the end with President George W. Bush, who on New Year's Eve 2008 himself made the decisions to grant support to General Motors and Chrysler in order to, at best, avoid a wave of economic depression through the industrial United States. And so it went. In order to save taxpayers' money, the American government was forced to become a major owner in both GM and Chrysler. A debate was held in Germany in the same way. There has been close cooperation between the automotive companies and state politicians there for many years, but at the federal level, we could quickly note a cautious and suspicious attitude towards state aid. The German Ministry of Economic Affairs, under the leadership of the then Minister Karl Theodor zu Guttenberg, was completely against state aid to Opel. For electoral reasons, Germany held elections to the Bundestag on 27 September 2009, and Chancellor Angela Merkel was more open to discussing solutions that would save Opel's future. She was personally involved in the negotiations that General Motors was conducting with potential buyers for Opel, but completely changed course on the issue when it became clear in early November 2009 that GM would retain Opel as its own. Germany, which had provided €1.5 billion in rescue loans to give the negotiations on the sale time to be completed, immediately demanded the loan be returned from GM. The entire Opel affair also became a fairly significant part of the work of the Swedish presidency of the EU in the autumn of 2009. A special working group with all the countries concerned was formed at EU level and had a long series of meetings during the year, all with the aim of coordinating public efforts to avoid GM pitting different countries against each other. There was an enormous consensus that Opel and GM should not be allowed to buy jobs in individual countries through targeted state aid. The state should own, and how did the Swedish political opposition act during the vehicle crisis? Foolish, opportunistic, and irresponsible are the adjectives that most closely describe the efforts of the three parties. I have rarely, if ever, seen three parliamentary parties act so irresponsibly on any issue before. That the Left Party and the Green Party cannot be blamed for being serious on these issues is probably common knowledge. But that the Social Democrats would so easily throw away their reputation on issues of economic responsibility came as a surprise. The Green Party, whose political idea is that people should stop driving, who do not want to invest tax money in building or maintaining roads but would rather see these investments in railways, drew the somewhat unorthodox conclusion that the state should own Saab. At least temporarily logical, the Left Party was, as expected, ardent advocates of state ownership of Saab. On February 18, 2009, Lars Ohly wrote, "Maud Olofsson is talking like a greedy small trader when she rejects the possibilities for the state to save Saab. The perspective is short-sighted and stupid. The government's dogmatic market liberalism means that state ownership is not an option. The state must act quickly and forcefully. Saab needs a long-term owner. Of course, the state, together with other stakeholders, should take responsibility for Saab's survival." From almost the first day of the crisis, the opposition demanded state support measures and unprecedented money transfers. Social Democrats, as early as November 2008, Mona Sahlin said in Eckhart's Saturday interview that, "If we believe that Saab and Volvo are so modern and can survive and manufacture good, environmentally friendly cars, then it is a question of seeing whether the state should be involved and step in as temporary owners while waiting for this crisis to turn around." In February 2009, when the owner GM decided to apply for reconstruction for Saab, IF Metals chairman Stefan Lerfen said that Saab needs a fresh start and everyone who can should now act to give employees and companies a future. If the government and GM choose to take their hands off Saab, it is a huge betrayal of all car workers in Sweden. He also made no secret of the fact that he also thought that the state could step in as temporary owners of both Volvo and Saab. Tomas Eneroth, the Social Democrats' business policy spokesman, for his part, believed that the AP funds could step in with capital in the companies to try to save the business. Member of Parliament Kenneth G. Forslund from Bohuslän goes even further. In Göteborgs Posten on 5 December 2008 he writes, "Now is the time for the Swedish government to take the lead in saving Sweden through the ongoing car crisis. The state must take the lead and gather a long-term ownership group. In that ownership group, the state must be one of the parties, as must major Swedish industrial owners, but also preferably foreign players with industry expertise. All owners must have a long-term perspective and the state must also remain as an owner. There is no need for a temporary state intervention. In short, the following can be reported. Before GM requested Saab to be restructured, the opposition demanded that the government urgently grant GM state loan guarantees based on GM's demands. When GM requested Saab to be restructured in February 2009, the opposition demanded that the government rush to the rescue by giving Saab advance notice that state loan guarantees for loans from the EIB would be granted. When Koenigsegg Group AB found in August 2009 that they were short of SEK 3 billion for the purchase of Saab, the opposition demanded that the government lend money to Koenigsegg. The government must make an effort to find a solution, otherwise both jobs and welfare will be jeopardized, said Tomas Eneroth on August 18. When Koenigsegg pulled out of the deal on November 26, 2009, Tomas Eneroth wrote in GP. The government's inability to grant loan guarantees accelerated the collapse of the deal. That the political opposition does not always share the views and efforts of a government is natural in a democracy. But the most remarkable thing during this period, I think, was that no representative of the Green Party, the Left Party, or the Social Democrats ever had a single negative word to say about the owners of the Swedish automotive companies. Not a single one. It was never the owner's responsibility to make a sale possible. It was never the owner's responsibility that Saab was put into reconstruction. It was never GM's responsibility to answer that the sale took a long time. On the contrary, it was always only the Swedish government that did not take the issue seriously enough, or that did not make enough effort. It is difficult to claim that the politicians who acted so obviously foolishly had the best interests of all employees in Trollhättan before their eyes. On the contrary, every statement from the opposition became GM's main weapon in the negotiations and discussions that we had with them. The simple question to the opposition must be, what were you thinking when you came up with such a completely failed strategy? Surely you can ask more than that from a political party like the Social Democrats. Epilogue. In the summer of 2010, the new, independent Saab automobile AB was finally able to launch the model that so many had been working on for a long time, the new Saab 9-5. The twists and turns surrounding it had been many, and for Saab employees had meant many sharp turns along the way. First, it was to be manufactured in Rüsselsheim, Germany, alongside the Opel Insignia. Then it was not to be built at all, because Saab's future was already figured out. And finally, as part of the new business plan for the new Saab, all vehicle manufacturing was to be concentrated in Trollhättan. When the car was presented at the beginning of June 2010, it was surprisingly well received by the usually critical motoring press. I write surprisingly because Saab has been singled out in journalistic circles more than once in recent years. I think it was a well-deserved positive criticism of the car. It is certainly large, over 5 meters long, but has managed to combine the heritage from Saab, exciting design, fantastic driving experience, and innovative technical solutions with high quality and future-proofing. With the model, Saab has also taken the first step towards establishing itself in the premium class, thereby also being able to charge better for the cars, increase margins, and become profitable with fewer cars produced. Through this work, I have had the privilege of looking behind the curtains at both Volvo Cars and Saab Automobile, and I will readily admit that it has made me even more positive about the companies and their future prospects. Without going into trade secrets, I can say that these are two companies filled with interesting plans for the coming years. Dinner with Enrico on Sunday, May 9, 2010. I had dinner with Enrico Di Girolamo from GM at Pontus by the Sea in the old town of Stockholm. It was actually at the initiative of both of us. We probably felt a common need to reflect on what we had been through together over the past 18 months. Enrico had started at GM Europe in Zurich in early autumn 2008 after a number of years at the head office in Detroit, and had found himself in the middle of the hot air in connection with the financial crisis. As CFO, Chief Financial Officer, at GM Europe, he had to contend with declining sales figures, overcapacity in manufacturing, and the hunt for possible EU initiatives for the automotive industry. His main job in Europe was therefore to be responsible for handling Saab and Opel, with constant negotiations both in Sweden and in all of Opel's affected countries in Europe. Germany, Great Britain, Belgium, Spain, Poland, Hungary, Austria, France, Russia, Ukraine. I remember that it took several weeks after we started meeting in the fall of 2008 before I could pronounce his last name properly. So initially at our meetings, he always formally addressed me as Mr. Hägglund, while I always answered Enrico. We both laughed at this fact. Over time, we developed a very close relationship, not least from late spring 2009, when the Swedish government's role changed from being the direct counterparty to GM to becoming a third party involved where the seller, GM, put the heavy negotiating work directly with potential buyers. Our role, the government's, was partly to negotiate with the buyer about government loan guarantees, and partly to coordinate all contacts with Swedish and European authorities. Before and during the Swedish presidency of the EU in autumn 2009, we also worked closely with GM regarding the Opel issue within the EU. For quite a long period during late autumn 2009 and until the Saab deal was completed in February 2010, circumstances meant that Enrico was the last person I spoke to, by phone, before I fell asleep in the evenings, and the first person I had contact with in the mornings. We also touched on this fact during the dinner we enjoyed in the old town, and we both smiled in recognition. Enrico said that he finally took his wife to Stockholm to show her the city he spent so much time in and so often talked about with people on the phone. He wanted to assure her that it was only about work-related business. It was a pleasant evening, where we shared many memories and anecdotes from the time that had passed. Enrico had flown to Stockholm from Zurich largely just for this dinner. For Enrico, it was also an opportunity to tell me that he was now leaving GM after many years with the company. Not entirely unexpected news. Enrico belongs to the generation of GM employees who made their careers together with, among others, Fritz Henderson. And now that new brooms are sweeping the corridors of the billiard room, it was probably a fairly obvious decision for him to end his work there. 186 during dinner, Enrico told me something that was actually the first time I had heard from a GM representative. I remember when we discussed Saab at the beginning of 2009, you suggested early on that we should sell the company, but we had already decided to close it down. I had to work quite hard internally to get us to follow your line. I had thought for a long time about what GM really wanted with Saab and what driving forces lay behind their ownership of the Swedish company. Many years of constantly reported losses had contributed to the management's interest in their Swedish subsidiary being questioned. And indeed, during the journey we noted that there was a surprising ambivalence about the issue. Now finally, I got confirmation that there had been different agendas internally in the top management at GM. I had noted on more than one occasion that they were constantly making careful financial calculations about which scenario was most advantageous for them. But that they had decided to close it down so early was news to me, and if that was the case, then our work would have been truly successful. When the new alliance government took office at the beginning of October 2006, we did so with a well-packed change agenda. What I have observed from the work of previous governments is that even with a comprehensive agenda of our own, you always have to plan for the unexpected. For crises, events that take over and that simply have to be handled, resolved here and now. It is no exaggeration to say that the biggest global financial crisis since the 1930s quickly developed into a shock wave that swept across the world with far-reaching consequences. I never imagined that I would be involved in the most dramatic time for the Swedish automotive industry, perhaps ever. The approximately 18 months that the work took to give Saab new life, a new chance, turned out to be some of the most intense of my life. They touched so many people and many more followed this time with great interest. At times during these months I lived around the clock with the issue, literally too. Contacts had to be coordinated and maintained with people who were scattered all over the world. I came to learn that when some of the main characters were in the eastern United States while others were in Beijing and we ourselves were in Sweden, there were 2 times during the day when it was optimal to reconcile various issues. It was around 3 p.m. Swedish time and 3 a.m. because during both of these time windows, it was either morning in Detroit and evening in Beijing or vice versa. I therefore had a period during the most intense weeks when I got up every night to read and handle emails or make important calls. At the same time, it was fantastic to be part of this whole development. I got to meet and get to know many nice people. I continuously received a lot of text messages, emails, and phone calls from strangers who supported us. Above all, I learned a lot, For all of this, I am eternally grateful. And as this story shows, there is also reason to say that the Swedish government, through its active actions, played a not entirely insignificant role in helping to give Saab Automobile AB a second chance to survive as a vehicle manufacturer. We showed that it is possible to combine responsibility for taxpayers' money with active work to solve a severe industrial crisis. No one knows what the future holds, and that is entirely the new owners and the company itself were to show. But it was certainly not the death sentence for Saab that many trumpeted on December 18, 2009. And perhaps most importantly, we were able to contribute to a positive solution without risking the Swedish taxpayers' money. We managed to get the owners, both the previous and the new ones, to take the responsibility for Saab Automobile AB and its employees that can reasonably be demanded. On June 9, 2010, it was possible to read notices in the Swedish business press informing that the German federal government had finally rejected General Motors' request for German state loan guarantees for Opel. Not entirely unexpected for those of us who have followed the German government's work on the issue closely, but perhaps more surprising for others. What was it like now? Of course, there were those who were quick to tell us that all other governments were doing so much to save their automotive industry, but the Swedish government was passive and heartless.